It's 11-8. Dallas on top. Becker's with the handle. 7 points in the early going on 3-for-3 shooting. Outside look for Sims. Left it short. Rebound snagged by Smith. Becker's on the move. Flips it up and off. Tipped up and off by Shepard. And recovered by Williams. Williams. Long two.
Fumbled it and everything. Didn't matter. Lost the handle. Still pulled up and hit the mid-range ditty.
1 point ball game. Past the midway mark of this opening quarter. Sims got it to go with the left. 13th year out of Baylor. Odyssey Sims now with 4 points. McBride around the Howard screen. Whistle blows for a foul off the floor.
All right, media timeout. Sparkle is about to enter the game after the media timeout, so let them go to commercial. Unless Amazon is doing things differently. Normally you go to a commercial around like 4 minutes, 30 seconds, sometimes 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Okay, I guess Prime is going to do things differently.
In the season opener, and Coach Fernandez wanted to get a good look at her tonight.
Yeah, no one happier to see AZ back on the floor than Jose Fernandez. When you talk about his system, he likes space. He wants the floor to be spaced, and AZ Fudge, as we know, can knock down the three. And Dallas only shot 15% from the three-point line, and they're off to the Lynx.
Off the turnover, Segrist inside, got it to go.
That's what Dallas wants to do. Get out and run in transition, get easy buckets, in particular off of their defense when they can.
Miles scoops it home.
Got a nice finishing package too, I will say. When she gets there, she's not always looking to pass it. She can score.
6 points for the number 2 overall pick in the April draft. Wnba back to Segrist. Segrist on the drive, lost the handle on the way up, got it back. And Fun with the finish. First field goal in front of these home fans.
Great movement without the ball from AZ Fudge. High basketball IQ. We talk about her shooting, but she just reads the floor so well.
It's the Wings by 5. Chakova driving on Smith. Chakova can't get it to go. Pass up ahead. Smith. Good. Miles wants 3. Rims out. Segrist the box out. Beckers. Sizing up the layer. And a defensive 3-second violation going against Minnesota, so it'll be a technical foul.
All right, so I have to live stream it like this because they won't let me do landscape mode. So just all of this, I have to do it this way.
They put up 107 points in their openers. Olivia Miles takes the seat.
That's the pace they want to get back to. Atlanta's a great defensive team, so just a little different in terms of the level of physicality they bring, but they want to get out and run.
They put up this 72 in that loss on Tuesday to the Dream. This is Smith, picked up the dribble, inside to Segrist. Segrist turns and scores!
Good cut into the post by Maddie Segrist. She has some size and likes some physicality on the interior as well.
Largest lead for Dallas. Chakova stripped, ball on the floor. Chakova got it over to Williams. Under 2 minutes to go in the first. Williams at the elbow, Monty.
So both teams are running a 5-out system. It just that, you know, Jose has more of a European style to his, but both teams are running a 5-out. And playing woman-to-woman defense or a 3-2 zone, matchup zone defense, which is, if you're going to do that, you're supposed to play drop coverage, and that's not what Dallas did. And so Courtney Williams is able to penetrate and get that mid-range shot off. So, yeah, they're both of these teams are pace and space, 5 out. But Fernandez does a little bit more European style. That's a lot of ball movement and doesn't focus on just one or two primary scores. They want multiple people to get touches. A lot of cutting, screens, pulling up in transition, and also trying to score before you can set your defense. But these are all 5 out, and they'll flirt with some 4 out and 1. 4 out and 1 is just 4 players on the perimeter and 1 player on the inside. And sometimes they don't always be directly in the paint. Sometimes they're on the lane, but that's a 4 out, 1 in. And it's preferably a big or a 4, a 5. That's essentially what it is. Or it's the less talented perimeter shooter. So sometimes it might be a 3 that's on the inside.
This is Kosu on the floor now for Minnesota. Blocked by Segrist. Isaiah James off to the races. James, no.
So did you guys see how Isaiah James just tried to score? That's what both teams want. They want to try to score before you can set your defense. So you see how she didn't wait for her team? She's told to do that. So when you get a rebound, push it before they could set their defense. Just push it straight to the rim. They don't really want mid-range shots. Now, Cheryl Reeve will do mid-range shots. She runs for 2 different variations of the 5 out. So she'll do some mid-range shots, but preferably they like some outside shooting.
First field goal for Kayla McBride, who was an all-star a season ago.
3-point shooting.
Shot clock is off. Sims needs a teammate. No one home. Finds Segrist. Long 2. It's money. Williams can't get it off.
See, Maddie Segrist and Odyssey Sims are used to playing with each other. They're comfortable playing with each other because they played together in Athletes Unlimited. Maddie Segrist, not this past season, well, I guess you would call it 2 seasons ago, she won MVP for Athletes Unlimited. And in Athletes Unlimited, it's a league of 40 players, and you mix up the teams each week. So the leader, there's 4 teams, and so there's 4 captains, and the captains rotate each week depending on who's at the top of the leaderboard. And you pick your teams each week. You pick new teams each week. So, there will be one week where Maddie isn't on the team with Odyssey Sims, and then the next week she is on the team with Odyssey Sims. So it's a tight-knit group. That's essentially what that is. So yeah, and when you play in Athletes Unlimited, if you're good in Athletes Unlimited, whether they have like 5 different awards, even if you didn't win one of those 5 awards, if you just had a really good season in Athletes Unlimited, what happens is that it carries over to the WNBA season and your career just takes off. It's happened every year in all 5 years of Athletes Unlimited. It's always happened. So I would like to show you that. Let me go here. Let me do this. This thing is going to take a little bit. Come on, baby. I probably should have said athletes unlimited post of Maddie winning MVP, but I know for a fact she shared it. Yeah, as you can see, she won the MVP, and oh, I thought maybe she shared it. All right, hold on. All right, there's still a commercial. Anyway, dude, I tried to find it. Oh, gosh. Oh, well. I tried to find it. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why they're not showing it. I thought she would have shared that. But it does, yeah, she... Here it is. I would have liked to seen a better photo of her. But there it is. So she won MVP. Anyway, let's get back to the game.
Sideline as an extension of the coaching staff. How are you staying involved and engaged with your teammates?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I feel like this gives me a different vantage point where when you're in the game, you don't necessarily see everything, but here on the bench, I'm able to kind of take like a bird's eye view, see what's happening, and I know how they feel. I know what it feels like to be in those positions, so I can give that perspective. So yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought.
All good.
We know you'd be locked in.
We just went down the list of your accomplishments from last season, and we had no notes. I mean, you did it all. Fantastic year for you. But as you look to come back this year, what is maybe something that we may see different about your game, or an area where you may want to do better this year?
Something I've been wanting to work on is kind of just like my ball handling skills, making sure I'm feeling confident, taking it from the perimeter in. So obviously the mid-range is my game, but I want to get better every year, so working on that, expanding my three even more, getting more comfortable there. Yeah, there's always something to work on.
Lisa Collier joining us here. 32-20 advantage right now for Dallas. Is it weird seeing your former teammates, Jessica Shepard and Alana Smith, out there?
It's really weird. They look weird, those uniforms. We were talking about that before the game, actually. I gotta remember not to cheer for them when they do something good.
Not for them, and also a lot of UConn blood
I know,
on that other side as well.
Yeah, this is friendly fire over here.
Courtney gets going. Nafisa, with Courtney Williams sliding back over to that wing position, what have you seen from her, moving from that point guard spot where, she had really built up such a good run, but now going back to her original spot?
She's so comfortable in that position. I think she's happy to be back in the 2 spot because you get to shoot, and Courtney's a scorer. So I feel like she is getting into that more. You're seeing her in this game, her midi, getting off the bounce. There she is. Just, really comfortable. That's the position she's played her whole life, and I know she's happy to be back in it.
Last one for you. How proud of you with where the league is right now? So much excitement. This is our inaugural game for the W on Prime Video. What's your level of excitement? How do you feel about where the game is right now?
I'm so excited. I mean, obviously really proud of what we were able to accomplish in the CBA in the offseason, and just seeing how the game is growing. It's amazing. So to see the work we put in paying off, see obviously players getting paid, the game growing, fans like sold out arenas, it's amazing.
Well, before we let you go, Fee, while you're in the coach/analyst position for us, what would you tell your team right now in terms of how to get back into this one?
Get it, stop. Oh my goodness.
Play a little D, huh?
Spoken like a former defensive player of the year. Fee, thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait to see you back out there on the floor.
Thank you.
7:20 to go in this second quarter. Miss from the corner. Chase down rebound by Smith. Beckers was red hot in that opening quarter. Nearly stripped by McBride. Pass to a cutting Wnba.
And that is what Lisa Collier was alluding to. We have got to get some stops. Too many easy buckets, especially right in the paint for the Dallas Wings.
This is Maya Caldwell. Nice pocket pass. Howard with the finish.
Silky smooth is Natasha Howard, seeing her back in that Minnesota Lynx uniform, and high expectations for her from Coach Reed.
Another dime, but Smith smoked the layup. Wings by 9. As Howard goes down hard.
Page keeping the dribble alive here, doesn't let the defense fade her, and the good backdoor cut by Wnba. That backdoor has been open a lot against the pressure.
Miles to work it in. That last foul was on Wnba. That was her first. Miles. Got a screen, lost the handle. Pass up ahead. Beckers trying to chase it down behind the back. Caldwell to steal. Here's Caldwell. She'll retreat. Only 4 minutes going by here in this second quarter, and Shakova with the leg.
I've been very impressed with Shakova in this young season. I mean, she is long, lanky, has excellent basketball instincts, moves well, good footwork, tremendous upside.
Just 21 years young. Was just playing professionally over in the Czech Republic. Offensive rebound, Wnba, blocked from behind by Howard.
Get a talking to, allowing Wnba to get in there for an offensive board.
Howard, the back down. Becker stood her up, and Howard had to throw it behind her back into the backboard, and that's an over and back. Another turnover for the Lynx. Tremendous defense by Becker. Timeout on the floor. 5:27 to go in the first half. It's the Wings leading by 7.
He's a man with a list. In a race against time.
Okay. All right, so I gotta wash in some freaking linen and stuff, so hold up. Let me do that. Maddie, I thought you had better pics of that. That was like something major for your career. I don't know, this thing is taking forever to freaking load up. There it is. They're still on commercial break.
Bubble insurance. Cut. It's bundle your insurance with Liberty Mutual and save hundreds.
All right, come on, hurry up.
Stubble and shave.
It's not it.
Bumble and save.
Bundle with an N.
Cuddle and save.
Who gave the crackers?
Cuddle and wait.
What is this? All access. What is behind the scenes? Interesting. right, so Paige has 7. Odyssey has 6 and 2 steals, as you can see right there. Alana Smith is filling up the stat sheet. Yep, she's got a block, a steal. She's filled up the stat sheet. Let's get back to the game.
Got a good one so far here in Arlington. Take a look at the upcoming national TV schedule. Prime Video coming up next. New York Liberty taking on the Portland Fire. Ion tomorrow, Washington and Indiana, Toronto and LA, NBC and Peacock on Sunday. They've got a doubleheader with Las Vegas at Atlanta and Seattle at Indiana. For more on these games, go to WNBA.com or visit the WNBA app. Michael Grader, LaTanya Robinson, Kayla Gray here at College Park Center. A 7-point advantage for the Wings, and they've looked good early on.
Yeah, they really are. Sharing the basketball, playing with pace, which is something they wanted to do, but also getting defensive stops, which allows their offense to thrive.
Wnba yet to really get going. Couldn't hit that shot. She's 1 for 6 so far in this first half. Howard. Nice pass inside. Coffee got 3 and puts it in.
Perfectly executed. Good backdoor cut there by Coffee.
Coffee in her 10th year out of Northwestern. This is Beckers. Mid-range J won't drop. Battle for the board, secured by Coffee. Her 5th rebound already. Miles down the lane. Miles, it rolls out on her. Offensive board, Howard. Coffee free for 3.
Phoenix knows a little bit about that Nia Coffee for 3 as she hit a big one and there went on the road. When she is knocking down threes, that's really when she's at her best. You know what she brings with the activity on defense. You see her there on Paige Beckers. She can switch 1 through 5.
Wnba inside, out of bounds. It'll stay here. 9 unanswered points for the Minnesota Lynx. For more on Coffee, let's send it over to Kayla.
Thanks so much. Well, catching up with Nia Coffee at shoot-around this morning, she talked about just the experience playing overseas in Europe and Spain and saying how much that helped her defensively, saying to me earlier that she was playing both the 3 and the 4. And although that helps offensively, defensively was where it was very different. Making sure I'm getting over screens, I'm in actions where it's guard actions. Am I reading this right? How to switch out, learning how to stay with mine. That all supported just what I'm trying to do this season with this team, guys.
Getting a real opportunity, Kayla, with this Lynx squad. 3 seconds on the shot clock. This is Howard off balance and draws a foul. Now we're going to go to the line and shoot 2.
Going back to Nia Coffee, on this young season, she's shooting 57% from 3, 4 for 7. Her best season in the WNBA was in LA, where she shot 42% from long range. That was in 2021. Seems like that coincides, that shooting coincides with her best seasons in the W.
And again, this is a homecoming for her. Played at Hopkins High School. She's from the Twin Cities originally. Her brother, Amir Coffey, in the NBA playing for the Phoenix Suns. Of course, Paige Beckers also went to Hopkins.
Yeah. That's a homegrown talent in Minnesota.
First free throw attempts of the ball game for the Lynx as Howard knocked them down. We have a 2-point ball game.
See Kayla McBride picking up the ball, stepping up the defensive intensity for the Lynx early.
Beckers rolling to the rim, pass outside, Wnba buries the trifecta.
Really good vision there by Paige Beckers, and she knows she's got the defense watching her. Who did they see? They did not see Wnba on the backside.
5 assists already for Beckers. Lynx lead extends to 5. Miles got some space and connects.
Good read.
All right, that was nice. That was a matchup zone 3-2. And they was doing some drop coverage. She took advantage of it and was able to penetrate to get a mid-range shot. So I'm watching Lennon and stuff right now. So that's why I'm not talking. I'll be back and forth.
Wnba flicks the wrist, in and out. McBride on the run. This is Maya Caldwell Rimming out on a three, and Beckers with the board. Rifles the pass over to Segrist. Coffee with the rejection. Coffee runs right through Beckers, and it's an offensive foul.
Okay, yeah, Paige Beckers, that was excellent. So for some of you who don't know, there's 4 phases to basketball: offense, defense, transition, and 50-50. That's the hustle plays, the 50-50 game that you saw from Paige Beckers. She's even more confident doing that because she added around like 10, 12 pounds of muscle. So she's pretty confident taking those charges in transition, especially against someone as physical as Nia Coffey. Nia Coffey used to be extremely physical. She toned it down. When I say physical, I mean hard fouls, man. Sometimes she would foul you and it would injure players. She used to be really physical, like reckless physical. And she's matured over the years, but still a physical player. So for Paige Beckers to do that is really impressive.
Here you leave today, enter a world of cool kids.
A world of cool friends. And playtime.
This summer, get a 4-day Ford Park Magic ticket from $109 per day plus tax.
Kills weeds without killing my grass.
Roundup for lawns.
Dandelions.
In your lawn?
Yeah.
Roundup for lawns.
How about dollar weed?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying this stuff kills grass and barnyard grass, but won't kill the grass?
And it won't kill the grass.
Wow. Kill weeds, not your lawn. Guaranteed money back. Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. From sauce to dust to nuggets. Diablo dusted crispy chicken nuggets. No, they don't come in mine. That would make like 0 cents with the name. Or the whole explosion thing we just did. New Diablo dusted crispy chicken nuggets. A brand new classic. Only at Taco Bell.
Back here in Arlington, Texas, celebrating 30 years of WNBA action. And we are been enthralled in the early going with Paige Beckers and what she's been able to do for the Lynx.
Yeah, she's making her handle all aspects of the game, finding her defensively, muscling up. I know she put on the muscle in the off-season there, just hustling, setting the tone for her team, getting back, taking the charge, doing a little bit of everything.
And 15 pounds of that is also helping with a charge like that.
Probably softens the landing a little bit.
No doubt. Beckers has scored or assisted on 18 of the Wings' 39 points as we send it over to Kayla.
Yeah, I asked Paige how she was able to put on that weight and muscle. She said, first of all, the Texas food sticks with you a little bit longer. I did learn that, so eating better, just living in the weight room. That's how I was able to get my weight up, okay?
Served her well.
That's Texas barbecue.
It can get easy to get off track around here. That's Segrist with the pull-up day in the lane, extending the Lynx lead to 5.
I really like the way the bench has played for Dallas, in particular Segrist. AZ Bud has come in and done some good things. They've been able to keep the momentum going in the starting unit.
This is Howard. And foul inside is going against Paige Beckers, who shouts her displeasure with the officials. It's going to be her second. It's Jose Fernandez, first season as head coach of the Dallas Wings, coming over from South Florida. He led that program for 25 years. Under 2 minutes now in the first half. McBride, pull up Jay All air, out of bounds. McBride wanted a foul call.
And that's the defensive effort that Jose Fernandez wanted to see from his team. The physicality, fighting through screens. That's exactly what Enrique did on that possession.
This is fun. A couple of field goals in this first 2 quarters. Segrist. Over to Fudge. Clear. Back to Fudge. Fudge penetrating. Dump off. Segrist blocked by Howard. Over to Wnba. Can't hit. Clear with the offensive board. Wnba. Over to Beckers. Baseline drive. No look. Bucket. And the foul. Segrist the beneficiary of the dime from Beckers.
Maddie Segrist has put herself in position to get easy scoring opportunities right there. She had to hold Courtney Williams on her back to get there. The contact, still finished. In the vision by Paige Beckers, you can feel the intention on behalf of Dallas to attack the rim. And that has paid off tremendously so far in this game.
Beckers had 3 assists in the last outing, had 4 assists in the opener. She has a season-high 7 already. That's Miles! Hoop and harm, and Olivia Miles in double figures with 10.
Whether it's a foreign setup or an early drag screen, she loves to come off the ball screens at the top and just put her eyes on the rim. Defense a little late trying to rotate, but when it's in the middle of the floor.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, both teams, they want to try to score before you can set up your defense, and you have to take advantage of drag screens if you can. And that's what I was pointing out last night. That was a couple of times I felt Caitlin Clark could have taken advantage of some drag screens, and she didn't do it. You know, you want to weave sometimes with an in and out behind a drag screen. You want to explode off of a drag screen, almost like a fullback setting a block for a running back. And sometimes players don't take advantage of drag screens in creative ways. So I got to go check the mail, so I'm not going to be talking for a little bit. I'll be back.
Activity comes off a little screen here, then rejects it on the pull-up, loses Olivia Miles, gets a little elevation in the #1 overall draft pick. Cooking with the mid-range.
We're seeing some flashes, LaTanya. She had 3 points in her regular season debut. That win over Indiana in the opener. Did not play on Tuesday. She has 6 points off the bench so far tonight.
Yeah, looking much more comfortable, bringing a different level of intensity, moving with intention, getting to different spots on the floor where she can be impactful and not just a three-point line. I keep going back to that. Daisy is more than a three-point shooter. She is a complete basketball player. I believe we'll continue to see layers of her game as the season goes on.
Beckers, the mini, didn't find the angle. Williams got up for the board. About a 3-second difference between the shot and game clock. Miles, shadowed by Fudge. 2 rookies going at it. Slings a pass over to McBride. Short on the 3. And a loose ball foul. We're going the other way. And penalty in effect. It'll be free throws for the Wings with 2.6 on the game clock. Cheryl Reed's reaction says it all. Coffee picking up the foul. That's going to be her second, and Segrist will shoot 2. Stay tuned for the half, presented by State Farm with Allie Clifton, Swin Cash, Cynthia Cooper in studio. A lot to talk about in this one. 8-point advantage. And a deflection off the inbound pass. Drops the clock to 1.7. Coffee into Williams. And Williams will not get a shot off. Clock expires. 48-40 is our score after 2 here in College Park Center. Paige Becker, 7 points, 7 assists. AZ Flood with 6 points off the bench, and the rookie Olivia Miles, 11 points for the Lynx. Wings by 8 after 2. You're watching WNBA on Prime Action, presented by AT&T.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on the new Jeep Grand Cherokee.
I love the vibe in here. It's so bougie and leathery.
I see you're enjoying that best-in-class legroom.
I love the smell of a 2-liter Hurricane 4 turbo engine in the morning.
Do you like it?
Well, the headroom is ample.
What kills weeds without killing my grass?
Roundup for lawns.
What works for dandelions?
In your lawn?
Yeah?
Roundup for lawns.
How about dollar weed?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're saying this stuff kills crabgrass and barnyard grass, but won't kill the grass?
And it won't kill the grass.
Wow. Kill weeds, not your lawn. Guaranteed or your money back. Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
At Ollie, we wish this was how each night ended for you. In reality, we know the mental load is heavy, and we believe you shouldn't have to work so hard after working so hard. We've got a better idea. What if you could let it all go, just for a second, and put yourself first? Go unwind. We've got this. Ollie supports the whole you, even the sides you don't show.
Happy birthday, one of a kind. Snack loving, always elegant. Dog mom to Alfie. With gifts from Etsy.
Gifts that say I get you, Etsy.
Years, this game has changed. Move by move, game by game, moment by moment. So what happens next? More. More magic, more miracles, more pages to write in the history books, and more cities to conquer along the way. More impossible moments, more drama, more heartbreak, more fire, more love of the game that will be left forever changed. Season 30 is here, and there's so much more to come.
Welcome to The Half, presented by State Farm.
Hello and welcome to Studio 11 and Prime's home of the WNBA. I'm Allie Clifton alongside 2 Hall of Famers, of course, Slim Cash, Cynthia Cooper. We got ourselves a game.
Yes.
In Dallas and Minnesota, of course, a 48-40 lead for the Wings. Guys, I was curious on how Dallas would respond after their loss to Atlanta the other night, that 5-point loss. You look at the first quarter, Coop, I'll start with you. 60% shooting, 28 to 18 point lead, 11 assists on 12 made field goals. It all started with, of course, Paige Beckers.
Yeah, Paige Beckers, she just got into her bag. She started going downhill. She hit a couple mid-range. She hit a mid-range shot. Then she hit a three-point shot. But then she just elevated the play of everybody on her team. She started to not just find her shot, but find open players and get easy looks, and that raises everybody's level of play.
And we know that Paige can score the basketball. That's one thing that we're definitely sure of. But it's not only the assists that she's making, it's the vision and putting people in the position to give them the ball. So when you talk about having that ball on the string, Coop, you know this. When you're coming downhill, you may have your shot, but once you get the other players involved, now your big's gonna rebound a little bit more for you. Now they're gonna run the floor. Now they're gonna screen for you. So I love watching how she is just really navigating the game right now. Has the ability to score a lot of points, but she knows she needs her team to get rolling, and that's what she's been able to do. You got 7 points, 2 rebounds in the first, but then the second, she really started leaning more into her assists, and that's how you gotta get your teammates going.
In the pregame, we talked about optionality for Dallas, and one person that we did not talk about, Maddie Seacrest. She said, hey, what about me? Game high 17 spin. What'd you see from her? 7 of 10 from the field.
The one thing I saw about Maddie is opportunity, right? And out there on the floor, a lot of times they were jumping out to Paige, and she was putting herself in prime position to knock down that 15-footer. Right here, you just see the movement. Cut into the basket. You have someone still, bounce to the house. you're a little bit bigger, you want to get down there, give yourself some ability, and then that one dribble pull up. You're not used to seeing that from her, but she was comfortable out there on the wing. And then again, get into your spot. That is what the name of the game is. And when they leave it wide open like this, the lane, you got to just go down there and be able to knock down the shot. The thing I liked about Maddie too is that when it came time to screen, she was one of the ones that was out there. Let me figure out how I can get somebody else open. You can see that in her.
I'm going to push this forward for you. I want you to take the lead just because we only got about a minute and a half, 90 seconds. So I want you to take Minnesota. This from the standpoint of obviously a lot of ball movement and tail of 2 quarters for them. They responded. You heard Fee say, we got to get some stops. They look a little different there in the second quarter. What'd you see?
Yeah, second quarter, they started playing defense. The Lynx started playing defense. And then you gotta shout out Courtney. Because Courtney came out that mid-range shot, she hit her 3-pointer. She really carried the team while they were in that little lull of scoring. She really stepped up her game. But you gotta say, hey, they stepped up. The Lynx stepped up their defense. They stepped up their defense. That got them back in the game, and that's what we're gonna have a great second half now.
And you love it. You saw it right there on the video. Is that a great coach like Cheryl Reeves puts her in that position? The team was going from a really good shot. Let me get a better shot. Let's get a great shot. And you see that with the ball, with the movement up and down the floor. I love the way that Cheryl Reeves coached this team, and you see it in the actions for Courtney Williams.
Well, you know where she wants the ball. She gets the screen to cut exactly where she wants the ball on in the mid-range, on the left side of the floor, and knock it down the shot.
I got to give you some love. Olivia Miles, you said the key to her, what you love about her court vision. We heard Nafisa Collier tell our broadcast, it's the court vision.
Yeah, I mean, she is a veteran in a rookie's body. She is really playing and handling the ball and leading her team like a veteran. There you see her scoring that signature one-hand layup, right, and then she's just keeping that defender on her back and getting to the rim.
Olivia Miles, as you mentioned it, playing like a veteran in a rookie's body. It's her second 10-point half of her young rookie season. She's got 11. As we take this one to break, time for our Be There player presented by State Farm. A special moment for the #1 pick of the draft, Daisy Fudd, making her first basket in front of Wings fans at College Park Center. We'll be back after the break.
We see you, Daisy.
Hey, Caitlin.
Hey.
You and me, we see everything. You on the court, me from up here.
You are 10 feet tall.
Runs in my family. Hey, you know who else sees everything?
State Farm.
Yeah, they look at everything to make sure you get coverage that fits your life and budget. I also see the camera guy wore his nifty vest again.
It's nice, huh?
Hey, you got any lip balm in there? I'm trapping like crazy.
Coverage that fits your life and budget. State Farm.
Summer is a gift. A gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So look out for these stickers and gift yourself a new Kia during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event, where every SUV and sedan comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus $750 retail bonus cash on specially taxed 2026 Sorrento and Sportage vehicles.
Introducing Gatorade Lower Sugar. No artificial colors, no artificial flavors, no artificial sweeteners, and 75% less sugar. Gatorade Lower Sugar. Hydrates better than water.
From the moment we met, we went everywhere together. Nights out, vacations, everywhere. I thought it was your world. But then you felt I didn't get you anymore.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
And you started flirting with the idea of something new. Now, you're glowing again.
Find my new trainer over in Gmail, text it to Matt.
You find what you're drawn to. You're even showing off to all your friends. You want it smarter. I'm still trying to process that.
Some people might give you one pizza for $9.99. Little Caesars gives you more because more.
All right, I'm back, but still got a little bit of work to do. So, yeah, let's just finish watching all of this.
Pizza. Welcome back to The Half, presented by State Farm.
Round 2 of the NBA playoffs continues tomorrow on Prime Video with a pair of make-or-break Game 6s. First is the Pistons and Cavs at 6:30 Eastern, followed by the Spurs and Wolves. That's at 9:30 Eastern. The NBA playoffs tomorrow is on Prime.
Sarah Ashley Barker played the hero on Tuesday, a game winner to give Portland a victory over New York. The rematch is here on Prime. Our JD Dyer caught up with two-time MVP Brianna Stewart.
Stewie, as we enter year 10, right, what's been an incredible career so far, what continues to stand out is your focus. So I wonder now at the beginning of a new season again, how do you establish that focus and continue to set the standards?
I think really just making sure it carries over year after year. Obviously with our team now we have a lot of changes from the coaches, from the players, but making sure that everybody knows that our goal here is to win a championship and we're locked in on that from day one.
I think when you summarize and you look at the growth of the W this year, it's an incredible year, and I always wonder from your experience, especially with your commitment both on and off the floor, how you take this in, new franchise, new faces, everything that goes with it.
There was a lot going on this past offseason.
You were busy.
Very busy. So like definitely shout out to the players for getting the CBA done. It's historic. But now also I'm just proud of everything to be able to be doing what we do on the court and take full advantage of it.
Of course. So more than anything, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Looking forward to the dominance.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Cool, chill. Love that walk and talk page. Buckets. 7 points, 7 assists so far tonight. Wings up 48-40 at the half. Second half. Coming up next.
Oh, we love to see it, buckets.
Yeah, Paige is dialed in.
The Half is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Visit your Volkswagen dealer today and get 1.9% APR or a $3,500 customer bonus on a new 2026 Atlas.
Taco Bell's lunchboxes are going to people's heads. Because once they've indulged in the mainstays of the $5 box, the decadence of the $7 box, and the abundance of the $9 box with its monumental triple-double crunch wrap, they start expecting everything to be as deluxe. Don't let the bucks go to your head.
Where's the doorman?
There is no doorman. That's why we're waiting.
Let's go.
Try Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 lunchboxes.
NBA playoffs are back. You ever miss it, Blake?
Listen, we're in the playoffs right now. Scoring points, giving blocks, grabbing boards.
Draining threes.
This guy gets it.
You drained a lot of playoff threes, Blake?
29, brother.
Huh. I guess anything can happen in the playoffs.
Did that feel a little insulting?
Yeah. Be a part of the NBA playoffs with better payouts on FanDuel.
We're watching the WNBA on Prime, presented by AT&T. Getting ready for the start of the third quarter. Dallas Wings with an 8-point advantage over the visiting Minnesota Lynx. Take a look at the box score. The Wings shooting 46% in that first half. They only did a couple of threes. Same is true for the Minnesota Lynx, but the bench points, significant advantage for the Wings. A 25-2 advantage. Back here inside College Park Center, Michael Brady, LaChina Robinson. LaChina, what stood out to you in that first half?
Well, the bench scoring for sure. Maddie Seegers coming into the game with 17 points. I heard it was her mother's birthday, so she was going off. But also Paige Beckers, the way that she set the tone with her scoring and then got into distributing the basketball to her teammates.
Well, let's talk about that with Paige Beckers. It's gravity, and we've seen this on the floor when you're attracting a lot of attention. And so this is our Inside the Game, powered by AWS and LaChina. Gravity, a new way to quantify how much a player pulls defenders out of a normal assignment, essentially measuring how much attention they draw compared to what spacing on the floor predicts.
I mean, Paige Beckers was occupying 4 defenders right there on that play. They were all eyeballs on Paige. And here again, you see everyone is watching her in this action. Olivia Miles coming over. Natasha Howard crashing down. That leaves Enrique Agobawale open.
Yeah, okay, so that's terrible to have that high of a gravity score, even if you're Paige Beckers and she's so deadly at all 3 levels. And it seems like it makes sense, like it's logical, but it isn't, considering who's on a court with her, and they all can score on the perimeter outside of Jessica Shepard. But even Jessica could hit one every now and again. That's not smart. So you will have to trust your woman-to-woman defense. You will have to double her, if anything, or make sure that you're in the zone. But it should never have that much gravity. You should never have that much gravity in terms of instructing your team to have all eyes on Paige and to help on her whenever she's inside of the perimeter, or if she gets to the paint. That should never happen, because she's gonna paint and spray. She's going to drive and kick. So that makes no sense. That's ridiculous. I can understand if it were a roster where her teammates on the court with her aren't really good perimeter shooters, and they're not necessarily a threat unless they're paint players, right? Then it would make sense to have that kind of gravity. That's too high of a score. It's ridiculous, actually.
On the bench, Odyssey Sims couldn't get it to go, and Coffee clears it.
Well, you heard what Swim Cash talked about in the half. Maddie Seegers is willing to do the little things like screening. It's not just scoring points. You need her on the floor to keep the fluidity.
She was a plus 12 in the first half. Coffee rims out. And
yeah. Also, what I would like to say is that I like, so far, the broadcast. The little bit I've been watching. I like the guy from the British dude. I think that adds an international flavor to it for the international audience. I like the gravity score, how they show that, the unique camera. So I like that. So far, this is nice. And this is different from Prime. Prime wasn't doing this last season.
And drills it.
You may think you can close out late on Nia Coffey, but the confidence that she has on that shot right now, you got to switch up on the scouting report. You got to want to run her off that 3-point line.
The confidence continuing to grow for Nia Coffey. 5-point ball game. Beckers got by McBride. Tossed out to Sims. Beckers got it back. 3-pointer straight on. They score. She's in double figures now with 10. Williams. Over to Coffee. Coffee. Money again.
You just called it. You cannot get caught up in the action in the middle of the floor, because she is going to rise and lift on that wing. That shot isn't good.
Coffee is 3 for 3 from downtown. Beckers attacking McBride, counted, and put her on the line.
That is where that 15 pounds of muscle is coming in handy for Paige Beckers. Going towards the contact, McBride has been physical with her. And I like that Jose is running her into the post in more of their actions. I think that complements the new muscle very well. Seeing her more in the post area, finishing through contact.
biggest challenges for a young guard is figuring out, especially when you're doing facilitating, as we've seen fans do, is learning when to get your own and when to set up your teammates. And she's handled that beautifully tonight.
Yeah, her decision making has been excellent.
Natasha Howard traveled. 10 turnovers now for the Lynx.
You could really say that for the entire Dallas team in terms of their decision making. 4 turnovers in the first half, 16 assists on 19 made field goals. Pretty good.
Unselfish so far. The offense has been clicking. Becker's the fade, not enough on it. McBride the rebound. McBride just 1 for 5 so far tonight. Pass inside, Howard, good position. Howard can't finish. Out and back, puts it up and through.
Good early post up by Natasha Howard and didn't give up on it.
Jose Fernandez immediately taps Alana Smith on the leg and says, you get back in the ballgame. Sims, outside, Seagrass open, off the heel, and McBride the ball. McBride high with the handle, recovers, and tries to shovel it over to Williams, and it went out of bounds. 11 turnovers now for Minnesota.
Just a mishandle there by McBride. They could not corral that possession.
And Smith back out there for the Wings. He's wearing the black mask in this ball game, broken nose in the preseason.
By Nia Coffey. Good activity for her on both ends.
And it's near turn. If you turn it over, as on his last touch, and Fernandez giving instruction to Smith, who has just not looked like herself in these first 3 games of the regular season.
Yeah, I would agree.
Howard to a cutting Coffey. Coffey got the leg.
There is really no one who wants the assignment of Nia Coffey right now, either outside the 3-point line or her movement off the ball. Even defensively, she really caused that last turnover.
Shepard. Hand off to Wnba. And that pass, a tough one. Trying to find Shepard, and now it's the Wings looking sloppy in the last few possessions. This ball game tightening up. Dallas's largest lead has been 12. McBride for 3. No, but fouled by Wnba. It'll be 3 shots for Kayla McBride.
And that may be exactly what McBride needs to get her shot going. Hasn't taken a lot of attempts, but you mentioned it, 1 for 5. And chasing her the entire game is a full-time job because her off-the-ball movement to get open from threes is just, it's really fun to watch.
She can be going at any time. And 103 3-pointers a season ago, second most in the WNBA. WNBA League Pass gives you a courtside seat every week. Stream live games from across the league all season long. Scan the QR code to subscribe now for $39.99 a year and press play on the WNBA.
I've been watching WNBA League Pass connected to my Amazon Prime Video.
Yes.
That has been a game changer this season. Easy access to all the games, making that connection. That's huge.
Yeah, that's LaChina Robinson doing a solid for the WNBA by saying that, because the app alone, when you're not watching it through Prime, it's really bad. It's really bad.
Our doubleheader, New York, Portland, will follow us. Beckers. Run Smith screen, now matched up with Jacoba. Lost the handle, good defense, but McBride came in there to strip it. Here's McBride, fouled.
All right, so what I like about that zone that they ran is started out as a 2-3 defense matchup zone, and then it switched to a triangle and 2, where the 2 defenders at the top are playing woman to woman, and then you got 3 defenders at the bottom in a zone, and so it switched from a triangle shape, and then they had to mainly worry about and start focusing on the left side of the floor. So, like I said, if you're running a 4-out-and-1, you have to play matchup zones and preferably drop coverage, or you sagging off a little bit. But if it's a team that's good with the perimeter, then you would have to go to a 3-2 drop zone coverage. Sometimes you'll have to press them, and that exposes you. Or you can do woman to woman, or if you want really good balance, you can do a 1-3-1. A 1-3-1, you have one defender at the top playing woman-to-woman defense, essentially, or having woman-to-woman principles. And then you have two defensive players on the left and the right side of the court guarding the corner and potentially the wing. And then you have one defender in the back near the rim. So it protects you from penetration, it protects you from the corner threes and from the middle three, the center three. You're open to weaknesses for the wing threes and for attacks on the wings, but it's still difficult to penetrate. Now, what you can do is that you can attack from the wing as the ball handler and draw attention to yourself and then kick in the corner, and then kick in the corner for a three. Okay, so it's just little things like that. But mainly what you want to do on offense, if you see a matchup zone defense, you want to move the basketball. You want to set some screens. You want to probably most likely try to cut to the basket and draw attention and try to kick out if you can. And so that's what it is. If you're facing zones, you want to make sure you exploit the little spots within the zones. That's where long twos and mid-range shots come in at play. So it's a lot of different things you can do.
When connection matters, it has to be AT&T.
Bro, no charge call?
Your defense is drafted. Get home internet from AT&T, now available across the nation.
You're watching the Wnba on Prime, presented by AT&T, celebrating 30 years of the W. We've got a new era underway here. We've got some of the young players who played tremendous action thus far. Caleb McBride took a foul and was hit in the face on that last sequence. Minnesota's coaching staff upset. The officials didn't take a look at it. You see Shepard with that left hand.
Yeah, it was part of the complete foul that the officials called, and it was clearly incidental contact to the face as she was trying to swipe down at the ball. However, officials usually will look at any plays where contact is made above the shoulders, so you understand why Cheryl wanted to communicate that.
Turns out just free throws here for Caleb McBride, 5-time All-Star, veteran, also an All-Star a season ago. Rattles in the first free throw to tie this one up.
She has shot 23% from long range against Dallas for her career. It feels like someone from the wings told them that and living her so far.
Also one of the boys, the announcer Jinx there, I was going to mention Taylor right now, outstanding. She is at the free throw line. Nearly 90% for her career. Here's the Lynx, the lead after knocking down both free throws. First lead for the Lynx since it was 6-4. How about Beckers? And she's going to go to the line to try to get the lead back for Dallas.
Just crafty. Beckers has been able to get anywhere she wants to on the floor. I mean, not just the first line of defense, but the second line of defense with that ball fake. I mean, she's just been more savvy than the opponent tonight.
Continuing to come into her own, she has 13.7 assists so far this one, and she knocks down the first free throw. Round 2 of the NBA playoffs continues tomorrow on Prime with a pair of make or break game 6s. First is the Pistons and the Cavs at 6:30 Eastern, followed by the Spurs and the Wolves at 9:30. The NBA playoffs tomorrow. It's on Prime.
I wasn't going to ask you for your predictions, but I'll put you with this spot.
Put me on the spot.
I like this little Minnesota lean on in this booth. I'm just saying.
Two great games. We'll leave it at that. Two great games tomorrow. On the turnover, 5 to the line.
Boy, this place is going crazy. Anytime AZ Fudd scores a bucket.
AZ Fudd, 8 points. She's a team best plus 14 in her 12 minutes. Miles. And the lane fades away. Didn't have the angle. Rebound Beckers. Rifled that pass ahead for Shepard, and McBride slapped it out of bounds.
Yeah, Beckers may be a little too ambitious on that one. But check out AZ Fudd. She's having to create her own offense.
No. What Paige Beckers was supposed to do was a good pass. She just has to work on it. So what you want to do, you want it to spin off of your fingertips, and it would have curved. So you have to throw it with great velocity. A lot of power and velocity, but when you release it, it has to spin off of your fingertips, and it would have curved. It would have curved straight to her. It would have been an accurate pass. You would have seen a little curve to it. So you'll see some guys in professional basketball, they can make passes like that. Okay, I've seen Pistol P. Maravich make a pass like that. I've seen Jason Williams make a pass like that. I've seen Sierra Dillard make a pass like that. I've seen Maureen Johannes make a pass like that. It's like a curveball in basketball. So just something she would just have to work on.
That's uncomfortable no matter what color the mask may be.
McBride outside to Shakova. Howard the back down. Howard the step through. Howard.
Okay, and so that's what I love about Cheryl Reeves. She'll mix it up and go traditional. And so she'll leave that type of 5 out, or she'll do a 5 out which will involve her bigs, everything running through the big. And so that's what I like as well. Damn, I hope she's all right.
A lot of discomfort. Emma Shakova from the Czech Republic, just 21 years young.
Oh, that's a hyperextension. That's a hyperextension. Now, potentially she could have torn something.
Take a timeout.
Potentially she could have torn something, but that's a hyperextended knee. That's hyperextended. I don't think it's serious. Now, maybe she tore something, but it was pretty hyperextended to me. It didn't look that serious. You know, this is why you want to wear knee sleeves. You want to wear compression sleeves. You want to wear knee sleeves. Even if you don't need it, you just never know. So you probably should wear it. I'm not saying a knee brace, but a tight compression knee sleeve. And it will definitely help you out. If she can't put any pressure on it, she must have torn something. Okay. Yeah, I think she tore something. It may not be as serious. But the good thing about the WNBA, based on the new CBA, they have a whole team of medical doctors and trainers. Plus, they have some of the best training facilities, especially Minnesota. So, because they share it with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So she'll be all right. She'll get the best care. She's making good money. She'll be all right. I think it might not be as serious, and maybe she can come back later in the season. I don't think to me, it doesn't look that serious.
Good things in this young season.
We're already waiting for the return of Nafisa Collier. Again, for his off-season ankle surgery. And it's a thinner front line for the Lynx. Again, losing key players in their front line in free agency, both Jessica Shepard and Alana Smith, now with the Dallas Wings. And as you said, LaChina, Shakova had exceeded expectations in his first couple of games, averaging in double figures off the bench. And now being evaluated with that right knee. After the free throws is 62-57. This blows, the foul away from the ball. AZ Bud called for the foul. Minnesota was trying to have to kind of regroup, see one of your key players and promising young talent go down. And they have to refocus at what the tight ball game is.
Emotional thing. And you have to regroup and try to get the energy back into your team, but that's a tough moment to recover from.
Inbound to Coffee. Coffee now colliding with Smith and draws the foul. Atlanta Smith, who did not start in the second half. Jose Fernandez opted to go with Maddie Sechrist. And Smith picked up her second foul, 14th foul now on the way.
You can see the confidence that Cheryl Ray has in Nia Coffey. I mean, that was an isolation on the left side of the court for her to just go and attack.
Coffey has 13 points. Matching Courtney Williams for the season high, for a game high. Coffey. And now it's Williams. Over to Howard. Howard puts it up, no good. Got it back and scores, plus the foul.
The lone rebounder for the Minnesota Lynx. Not a teammate anywhere near in position to corral this, but Howard willing to go to work and war for that.
Yeah, I mean they're not defending the rim the way they used to do last season because of the new officiating. And normally Alana Smith would have jumped up and blocked that. If this were the officiating rules from last season, she would have been more physical. So that's what you're witnessing there. It was a nice little 1-2-2, running them off of some pin screens, nice drive and kick, nice. So yeah, like that's what that is. Anyway, let's finish.
Miles pull up Jay, not enough on it, got it back. Miles outside to Williams, buries it.
Where would Minnesota be without Courtney Williams? She kept them alive in the first half. Just barely missed a shot.
16 points for Courtney Williams. Here's Beckers now. And nearly stripped by Miles. Beckers still trying to get control of it, and a foul is called. It's going against Minnesota.
That's that 50-50 game, man. That's that 50-50 phase. She didn't give up. And because she didn't give up and wasn't going to settle for a jump ball, she was able to get a foul. And that strength helped her. What they say, she put on 15 pounds of muscle. So that clearly helped her. We saw 2 times where those 15 pounds helped her out. I also wanted to say, I think that some of these players need new agents because Nia Coffey should have a coffee endorsement. Okay, Kalia Copper should have an endorsement with Copper Fit, where those compression sleeves and where it's Copper Fit. Like, I'm just saying, I could totally see Kalia Copper doing a Copper Fit commercial for a knee sleeve, a leg sleeve or something, and Nia Coffey doing a coffee commercial. It's just wild to me that their agents aren't stepping up like that.
Coming off the double drag screen, no communication. You had 2 players pursuing.
The same with Paige Beckers with Kindle Fire. Paige Beckers dealing with pages, books, ebooks, saying when I'm having a difficult time, I like to read whenever I turn a page, and like something. Paige Beckers, like it's just wild to me. Same with AZ FUD. There should be instead of FUD around to find out, that's great. And then there should be another podcast or something where it's called From A to Z. From A to Z. AZ from A to Z. Depending on whatever she's discussing. It's just different things like that. Like I see, and it's just like, why aren't their agents taking advantage of these things? Just wild.
Courtney Williams suiting up against her old college coach and Jose Fernandez.
Lynx by 2. Wnba just 6 points so far tonight. Shepard swatted and a late whistle. He's going against the Lynx. And Coffee called for the foul.
Nia Coffee makes a great read, and if you are...
Yeah, that's just bad. That's too much help defense. That's too much respect being paid to Nia Coffee, right? And if you got to pay that much respect to her, then shame on these women you're paying all that money to. They should be able to defend her straight up. And you can attach yourself to Courtney Williams. Because like they said, they want to get into the paint and kick out. That's called paint and spray. Paint and spray. Drive into the paint, kick out on a perimeter. When you collapse the defense like that, Nia Coffee is having a good night, but you're paying Jessica Shepard and Alana Smith a lot of money, where you shouldn't have to collapse on Nia Coffee where she can kick out to Courtney Williams. That's just wild to me.
Right on the move, trying to dump it off to Howard, broken up by James. James across the timeline. Sims now. Hand off to Wnba. Wnba and the paint, steps through. Bad shot, won't go, and is deflected out of bounds.
I don't know. She might want to challenge that, unless they're saying that her feet, her heel was out of bounds. But what I like from what I saw was the initial screen being set on the right side of the court, and it was a shallow stagger screen, and she was able to cut through, but it wasn't a solid stagger. It was more of a light ghost kind of stagger. But I like that. That was nice. So those are 2 pin screens or 2 down screens that you saw set from their 2 bigs, which was able to get that open shot, but she missed it. So that's called a 1-4 flat. 1 player at the top, 4 her offensive teammates at the bottom, and she calls for the screen. She did the right decision, but Enrique ran over the screen. She went over the screen, so it blew it up. And that was poor instruction by Cheryl Reeve, because when you call a 1-4 flat, Courtney Williams was supposed to ISO her. She called for the screen to loosen it up to take advantage of one of the bigs, but Enrique Gunbowale went over the screen and completely blew it up. So she went a little bit too late. She should have just decided, she should have took the ISO and didn't call for the screen. Nice, Odyssey.
Sims with the highlight to close the 3rd.
The lefty catching it on her side of the floor, lets it go. I thought she was going to...
That's a runner. That's a runner, y'all. You can do a runner from any distance. That's called a runner. And that's what I said. Caitlin has to get a runner in her game. You can do a runner from any distance. Any distance, you can do a runner. So I really like that. Runners are very important. You want to add that to your game. So yeah, that was a great shot. Now Odyssey is so confident because she won MVP in Athletes Unlimited this past season. So like she's super, super confident right now. Just in case you guys don't know what a runner is, I'll break it down for you. They're very important coming off of screens, for short clock situations, for momentum situations. Sometimes you can use it to get loose from a defender. You can also use a runner to draw a foul. Runners are very, very important. Very important. And sometimes you'll hear commentators call them floaters. They're not floaters. Floaters are with one hand, left or right. You can't do a floater with 2 hands unless it's a push floater. Floaters are one hand, left hand or right hand from any distance. Runners are 2 hands, and you have momentum carrying you forward, propelling you forward, and you jump in the air. It's almost like a glide. Those are runners, and it's a sort of a high arc too. So yeah. So let me go. So this is just to teach you about basketball. That's why I do these streams. A runner and a floater are both short-range, high-arcing shots, also called teardrops, used in paint or mid-range to finish over defenders when a layup is too risky or a pull-up jumper is too far. That's why you should do a runner. They're popular for guards and smaller players who need touch and arc to beat shot blockers, right? So a floater, footwork, usually off 2 feet, jump shot or gather. Runner, usually off 1 foot, like a running layup stride. Release hand for a floater, open palm finish, quick release, soft touch with high arc. Runner, more wrist flick, follow through like a jump shot, can carry momentum. Momentum, more vertical jump, controlled. Runner, what are we doing? Runner keeps forward momentum from dribble drive. And so that's what it is. A runner, more of a running shot that maintains speed. It has a slightly lower, quicker trajectory with a shot-like follow-through. So that's what I wanted you guys to understand. Yeah, preferably you want to do runners from the mid-range area or from the elbow, but you could still do a runner from a three-point line, which is what you just saw from Odyssey Sims. And Caitlin has to add that to her game, y'all. She has to get floaters, runners, and teardrops. Teardrops are at the rim, okay? So anyway, let's go.
Back. First half, they couldn't get a stop. They just stepped up their intensity level in the third quarter in particular and really grabbed some momentum. And I feel like it started with the glass. They were -6 in the first half on the glass. Now they're +3. But in that third frame, the Minnesota Lynx had 11 second chance points.
Wings with the rock to start this fourth quarter. Shepard spinning inside, trying to muscle with Howard. Can't hit. Coffee the board, but is fouled by Isaiah James. Will be the first on James. First team foul on the Wings. And Dallas is led by as many as 12. Minnesota's largest lead is 4. Minnesota outscored the Wings 28-22 in that third quarter. Had a scary moment with Emma Chakova, the rookie, out of the Czech Republic, going down with a knee injury. And a steal. James took it away from Belair and got the leg.
I will say it again, the contributions also.
So this team is just too talented for Minnesota. And Minnesota will be more lethal when Dorka Juhas gets back and Nafisa Collier gets back. And then she can truly run her 2 variations of the 5-out. But the best thing she did was trade for Maya Caldwell, because when she runs the traditional 5-out, you're supposed to have 5 players, or at least 4, who can ISO you. Because the way you defend the 5-out is woman-to-woman defense. But you do want to make sure you do drop coverage. Okay? And so that's what that is. So you have to have women who can ISO and create off the dribble. That's why she made that trade to get Maya Caldwell. But things are going to get really good when she gets Dorka Juhas back and Nafisa Collier. Because Dorka Juhas is going to play the role Jessica Shepard played last season, which is the second variation of the 5-out, and it runs through Jessica Shepard. And then obviously you get Nafisa Collier back. But Dorka could still play the Alana Smith role, because she can still do a traditional 5-out with Dorka in the corner. Because Dorka could shoot threes and she could put the ball on the floor and get to the rim. She has a nice handle at 6'5".
Williams forced to give it up. Caldwell. Cut off by Sims. Around a Coffee screen. Trying to get it back to Coffee and turned it over. Sims. And good hands by Williams to break it up. And the Lynx force a turnover of their own. Williams. Skip pass. A dangerous one, but now it's Caldwell. Shadowed by James. Williams with the shot clock winding down. Caldwell, long range, no.
All right, so that's called a blitz, right? That's called a blitz, right? So that's a hard hedge on the screen, and then you just attacker, 2 players attacker off of that screen, 2 defenders. That's called a blitz.
This is James over to Shepard, in the pass too high. Caldwell over to Williams. Williams puts it through.
Nice.
Yeah, a couple of empty possessions for both squads, but there in transition, Minnesota able to make the most of it. You see Olivia Miles and Kayla McBride at the scorers table waiting to check in, along with Paige Beckers.
Oh, that was bad, Enrique. You should have just shot it. She should have just shot it. Okay, so they had some pin screens or down screens at the top. That was enough room for her to shoot that. So that's called a teardrop. That's called a teardrop. You normally, preferably, you want to get teardrops over taller defenders, but that's a teardrop.
Hamstring area.
Well, things are going to act up for Courtney because she's been playing in Unrivaled. She's been playing year-round basketball. And so she's going to break down a little bit.
Ball game. Beckers matched up with McBride. Beckers on the move. Free throw line. Jumper is money.
Nice. And she hit it with a BTL snatchback. She hit it with a BTL snatchback and then came back around her body, drove to the free throw line and shot it.
21. Kosu, no one home, right down the lane.
Now, Anastasia Kosu, the Russian chick, the biracial chick that just scored, her mother is absolutely gorgeous. She just won the MVP and the finals MVP in the championship overseas. They call her Baby Fee because she does everything Fee does, except she doesn't make threes like Fee. But that's Baby Fee, y'all. That's Baby Fee. Very athletic.
Miles over to Kosu. Tried to beat Howard inside and broken up by Shepard. Beckers.
That was nasty, y'all. I didn't even catch the in and out. So she hit it with a she hit it with a BTL snatchback, then a left hand in and out back to the right and got to the free throw line and bust that jumper. Like, Paige Beckers has everything, y'all. She got everything. She got back to the basket. She got face up. She got handles. She got threes. She got middies. She got slashes. She has a layup package. She has a shot at the rim game. Like, that shit. She plays defense. She can facilitate. She can rebound. Like, Paige Beckers is 1000% a complete player. So you would say, who's better, Paige Beckers or Caitlin Clark? Paige Beckers. Because she's more complete than Caitlin Clark. Now, who's the better rebounder? Caitlin Clark. Who's better at shooting deep threes? Caitlin Clark. Who's better at outlet passes from deep? Caitlin Clark. But Paige Beckers is more efficient and she has an all-around game. She really doesn't have a weakness. And she has a better back to the basket game than Caitlin. So yeah.
File a claim on the State Farm app or call an agent if you want to speak to a real person.
Thanks, Jake. Will you be there when my brother says I have this much space? I said this much.
You call Dad. You call Dad. No, you call Dad. No, you call Dad.
I'll call their dad.
State Farm with the assist.
Players have their bag, but fans, you've got one too.
All right, let's get back to it so I can finish telling you about it. When to use. Floater, good when you're gathered or in a crowd, helps with control and arc. Runner, better when you're driving hard and need to shoot on the run without fully stopping. That's when I told y'all it's good just in case the shot clock is low. Sometimes it's good if you want to draw a foul as well. It's good when you want to escape a tight defender on your hip. Yeah, it's a nice momentum shot. And like I said, Caitlin has to have that. You also have leaners. One person on the Fever, they're really good with leaners. That's Lexi Hall. Lexi has great leaners. and she's a better mid-range shooter in the pros than she is a three-point shooter. So watch this. Leaner. Caitlin has to get her a leaner. A leaner or leaning shot is another short-range finishing move in the paint, similar to a floater or runner, but with a key emphasis on physical contact and body lean to create space and draw the foul. We'll get back to it. The game is on. So, yeah. So, Lexi has a great leaner, y'all. I mean, Lexi Hall has an elite leaner. Caitlin has to get a leaner.
Or Dean. Chance of defense from this College Park Center crowd. McBride trying to get it to Howard. It ricochets back into her hands. Push shot won't go. Howard, the offensive board, and scores.
Howard is putting in work down low. Whether off an offensive rebound, early post up, it doesn't matter. When 2 feet in the paint, she has been able to dominate.
At 14 and 11 in that win on Tuesday, she has 20 points, 5 boards, and 4 assists tonight. But nowhere to go. Out of bounds. And we're going the other way.
Well, that's on Jessica Shepard. That's not on AZ Fudd. Jessica set a very weak screen. That was a very weak screen by Jessica Shepard. Now, I know they were instructed for that to be a nice slip screen on the perimeter, but you got to sell it more than that. And AZ would have been freed up a lot more.
Of the fourth quarter. Miles, the C's part once again.
There has just been no adjustment there by the Dallas Wings. I mean, that high ball screen by Olivia Miles has given her so many layup opportunities at the rim. Nobody home.
That's nice. That's high pressure, and that's still a matchup zone with woman-to-woman principles. So as you saw earlier, it switched from a 2-3 into a little 3-2. But it's extended. It's extended.
Both these teams looking for their second win of the season. First regular season meeting between these two squads, Minnesota.
And Cheryl is an excellent coach. She has all 4 traits that you need to be a great head coach. And she knows when to shorten the rotation. So she understands the strengths and weaknesses of her personnel. And so she'll shorten the rotation to 6 and flirt with 7. And that's to make sure that your best players are always on the court when you don't really trust your depth. Now, when Dorka gets back and Nafisa gets back, they'll have more quality depth. So some of these starters will get pushed to the bench and it'll increase their depth. But right now, she's keeping it short. She's going 6 deep at times. She'll go 7 deep, making the personnel on the court quality.
Time in this league.
Yeah, just late rotation once again. And pinpoint pass to Shepard.
Both teams with 40 paint points. This is McBride, fouled from behind by Buck.
Damn, Fuzz scratched the crap out of her. Jesus, Fuzz got her nasty. She might want to rinse her fingernails too. She need to wipe that off with an alcohol pad or peroxide. Yeah, she need to wipe that off. Get that cleaned. Good. Yeah, do that. Let her get that thing cleaned up. And AZ Fudd needs to rinse her fingernails because that was pretty brutal. All right, so let's get back to teaching you guys about a leaner. Lexi Hall has an elite leaner. Elite. All right. So a leaner or leaning shot is another short-range finishing move in the paint similar to a floater or runner, but with a key emphasis on physical contact and body lean to create space or draw a foul. It's essentially an off-balance or contact-initiated shot where the player leans into or bumps nudges the defender while releasing. how it fits with a floater and runner. I don't want it to fit with a floater and runner, but we'll do it anyway. Floater, high arc, soft touch, often off 2 feet, open palm, focus on arc over the defender, runner on the move, 1 foot takeoff, more forward momentum, and jump shot follow through. Leaner involves leaning, bumping the defender for separation, then shooting. It's more about using body contact to your advantage. The technique, take an extra step or gather to initiate light contact, then lean back or forward, because you can lean forward and back, to the side while elevating. This creates space, draws fouls, or disrupts the defender's balance. Release can be floater style or runner style. When to use: in heavy traffic, when driving straight into a defender, great for drawing and ones, opportunities, or finishing through contact near the rim. Common in the paint or mid-range. That's Lexi. You'll see Lexi use it at the elbow. You'll see Lexi use it inside of the paint. You'll see Lexi use it outside of the free throw line. Lexi has an elite leaner, you guys. Advantages: uses physicality for advantage. Improves balance after contact and can lead to free throws. Requires good core strength like Lexi Hall has, timing and hang time to recover from contact and square up for the release. All right, let's get back to the game.
And originally called a foul on AZ Bud. Dallas challenging the call, believing that contact is marginal and that Flood got a piece of the ball, but after review, the officials...
How did she get scratched like that? I didn't see AZ Fuzz scratch her. How did she get those 2 scratch marks? That's weird as hell.
I thought it was clean up top, for sure.
How did she get those 2 scratch marks? Look at that. Let me zoom in. Look at that. Y'all see that? How did she get those 2 scratch marks? That's crazy. Damn, that's crazy.
Body of AZ Bud disrupted the balance on Taylor McBride.
Again, McBride with her first free throw miss of the ball game. The second miss of the season. It's generally one of the best free throw shooters in the league and in league history. Wnba didn't have the angle. Coffee comes out of there with it. Miles with the handle. Splits the defense.
Good defense, AZ. Good defense. AZ is a two-way player. She's a two-way player. She has the quickest trigger in the league. The quickest trigger in the league. In women's basketball, period. Let's go.
By Howard. Tremendous defender. This is Shepard now. On the smaller Williams. Outside to Bud. Sidestep 3. Short. A good Wnba recovers. Fresh 14 for the Lynx. Beckers. Turning. Beckers.
Yep, and what you saw was a shallow 1-3-1. That was a 1-3-1 with a lot of drop coverage. I wish I could rewind this. So that was a 1-3-1 with a lot of drop coverage. And you're supposed to do what Paige did. ISO the one, try to get as close as you can. And that's what she did. And so she was able to get that foul. So that was a shallow 1-3-1 zone. Remember, a 1-3-1 zone guards the center of the perimeter or the top of the key. It guards the two wings, the corner threes on both sides, and it protects you from drives while also guarding the rim. You're weak in a 1-3-1 towards at the wings, the right and left wing.
Go to WNBA.com or visit the WNBA app. Beckers is 9 for 9 at the free throw line tonight. McBride over to Howard. Howard, no. And it's an offensive foul. Howard picking up her fourth.
And that's just really good rotation there by Alana Smith, getting in position, holding her ground. She was
she making her money. She's earning her money.
up there.
Beckers, 19 of her 26 have come in the second half.
See, that screen had to be light by Jessica so she could slip to the basket. Good defense.
Blocked by Coffee, out of bounds, and it will stay here with 4.8 on the shot clock for the Wings.
Wingspan of Nia Coffey continues to be underestimated. How she can take up space and close the gap on shooters.
Messing with a former teammate Lena Smith here ahead of the inbound. And the pass is stolen by Coffey. Williams.
Ran her off of that stagger. Nasty, nasty, nasty stagger with a slip. That was a stagger screen at the top. She was able to slip to the basket. Nasty. Very nasty. And you can also call that a curl screen, which you would run off of a stagger. So that was where the top player would normally slip, and sometimes the second player would set a screen for the top player, and the top player would slip to the basket. So you could run a curl off of a stagger screen. It's a curl screen off of a stagger screen, but that was a stagger, and she was able to slip to the basket. Nasty.
Gives it up to Miles. 2 minutes to go in regulation. Nice feed. Howard, count it, and put her on the line.
And Natasha Howard just came back from China. She won a championship in China with Arike and with Liz Cambage, even though Liz didn't play in those couple games, but Liz still won a championship. Yeah, she just came back from winning a championship. So she's still ready to go. Now, attrition will kick in for her at some point, because she's been playing year-round basketball, but she's still ready to go because she just got back from China.
Right. And can't hit. 4 for 6 at the line tonight. Natasha Howard with 17 points alone in the second half. Smith over to Beckers.
So they blitzed her. Remember what I told you? That's called a blitz. So they blitzed her. Nice shot from Odyssey. Clutch, clutch, clutch.
The back coming up clutch.
So that was a back screen. That was a back screen that was set. That was a back screen in transition that was set by Natasha Cloud, and she was able to get downhill and get to the rim. That's called a back screen.
And Miles picks up the foul.
Olivia Miles just takes.
Yeah, no. You got to call it out. She set a high back screen in transition, and it was able to free up Olivia, where she had a nice lane to the rim.
Very well contested.
All tied at 85. You're watching the WNBA on Prime, presented by AT&T.
Jack Ryan, what do you know about styling?
You mean an unsanctioned black ops team designed for psychological warfare, assassinations?
Let's shut it down. The Starling has been resurrected.
All right, quick comparison table. Leaner varies, intentional bump lean varies high or quick, drawing contact, fouls. Floater, footwork, often 2 feet. Okay, we're back. Let's go. We're back. We are back.
5 all. Dallas ball. Minnesota just used their foul to give. Lynx with a couple of timeouts remaining, including their reset timeout. Dallas also has their reset timeout. 1:18 to go. And what a ball game.
This has been a lot of fun to call. This environment is great here in Arlington, Texas, and big plays on both sides.
And set for a tremendous finish. 75 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Beckers at the elbow. Beckers outside to Sims. 5 on the clock. Sims driving. Sims.
Oh, a little bit too hard. She should have just went up just with one hand. She shot it with 2 hands. She shot it with 2 hands, and she didn't need to do that. She should have just finished with 1 hand, right? And that's when you want to do a CLA layup, a constraints-led approach layup. Now, Paige Beckers, come on now. Don't get sloppy. You got to be clutch, Paige. That's going to be 2 games in a row, well, really 3 games where Paige melted in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, Odyssey, nice Odyssey. That's a foul. That's not a foul? Yeah, see, Odyssey shot that layup with 2 hands. And when she went up with it with 2 hands like that, it put a little bit too much power to it, right? So you got to shoot that softly with the left hand or your right hand with 1 hand and not 2 hands. She made a mistake. That's called shot IQ. Shot IQ, man. Shot IQ. Now, I want to highlight this. There's 3 games in a row where Paige has come up short in the fourth quarter when it matters the most. Okay, so that's pretty serious about Paige. You got to pay attention. There's 3 games in a row.
Minnesota with 48 paint points. Cheryl Reed will take.
There it is. That's game management. There's four traits that makes a great coach. Number 1, game manager. That's knowing when to call timeout, whether that's to give rest, whether that's to make an adjustment that could be to kill momentum, knowing when to call timeouts, knowing when to call challenges, knowing when to talk to referees, to get calls your way or to call out certain things, minute allocation, substitutions, rotations, game management. The second trait, motivational speakers, being able to pull players or your team out of funks. The third trait, the whiteboard or the X's and O's. Those are ATOs, also at a half timeout adjustments, drawing up plays, execution. And then the final trait is prep. Coaches who are good at prep, that's film, that's on the court, in practice, running through different plays and scouting. Cheryl Reeve has all 4 traits. She's the best coach in the WNBA with all 4 traits. And then you would have to have a conversation about Becky Hammond.
She has been fantastic.
So Court Connect presented by AT&T. Miles to work in. They do have another timeout. McBride.
They don't have to foul.
Again, about a 3-second difference. Shot and game clock.
Oh, I didn't think they had to foul. If they didn't foul, they would have had at least 3 seconds left on the clock. But I guess they're going to play the fouling game. You don't want to foul Kayla McBride. That's crazy.
At the charity stripe tonight.
Oh, it worked. It paid off. You got options. You have options. You just got to get this rebound.
Free throws in the ball game from McBride. This to make it a 3-point ball game. Reset timeout for Dallas, so they'll advance the ball. 17-point.
So once again, that is a great move. He's learning. Last game he was pretty bad at the game management. This is good. Use the reset instead of your full timeout. Just in case you score here, you still got a full timeout later.
85. Beckers with the rock. Beckers goes down and is fouled by McBride. And that's going to put Beckers on the free throw line with 12.9 to go. And so now it's a free throw game. And we're going to have a challenge here from Minnesota.
Yeah, you could challenge, but she did trip her. She tripped her. Now, it may have been accidental, but she tripped her. She definitely tripped her. Yeah, so Fernandez, he's a good coach, right? It's to be determined, TBD, on this level. What I will say is that him and Kurt Miller put together the second most complete roster in the league. But it means nothing if you don't know how to manage this roster. And so last game, it was mismanaged on all fronts. This game, what we're witnessing right now, he's looking a lot better than last game. So we'll see. We'll see how he grows. I think at times he could have had Lee Yuru in the game or played Maddie Siegrist more. He didn't play Maddie a lot last game. I think he barely played Lee Yuru last game. Lee Yuru is a threat on the perimeter at the mid-range and at the rim, and she has a nice handle for 7 feet. She's also athletic and quicker than normal bigs her height. So you want that type of a mismatch. The problem is that he's worried about the defensive side of it, them exploiting her in transition. But you can't have everything. Sometimes you lose games when you try to have everything. Okay, Lee Yuru creates an advantage for you on the offensive end. Not as much, obviously, on defense. But he wants everything. So he wants it on offense and defense. So he doesn't want to play Lee Yuru. So that's a problem. You can't always have everything as a head coach.
Ball game going in. Minnesota lost so many key players in free agency in the offseason, but they still have veterans. They have a young star in Olivia Miles, and the most decorated head coach in WNBA history in Cheryl Reed. Meanwhile, for the Wings, fresh talent, some new blood. This is the Dallas squad that won just 10 games a season ago, but there's still a process, LaChina, in learning how to win.
Yeah, and Jose Fernandez reminded us that he's only had his full arsenal of players together for practice for about 3 or 4 full practices, with late arrivals and then having shoot-arounds and game days. And we saw them in control late against Atlanta and weren't able to close that game. So we'll see what...
Yeah, they could have beat Atlanta, but that game was on Jose. Jose lost that game. That was, and you could blame Paige Beckers for not being consistent, putting together good games back to back, right? So you can blame her for that as well. But that was really on Jose, and then Paige obviously froze up in that game. But the loss against Atlanta was on Jose.
Unsuccessful challenge. Call on the floor stands. And so it'll be 2 free throws for Paige Beckers.
And that contact on the leg of Vic.
Yeah, Paige Beckers waited way too long to pass that. And that's wild that he wouldn't have Maddie in the game. Jessica Shepard isn't a better three-point shooter than Maddie or Lee Yuru. So it would make sense to have either Lee Yuru or Maddie in the game. If he's worried about transition, don't put Lee Yuru in the game. In terms of defense, put Maddie in the game. She's faster. She could play better defense on wings and guards than Lee Yuru. Plus, Maddie can still rebound, right? She's 6'2", 6'3". So once again, we're seeing poor game management that deals with substitutions from Jose Fernandez for 2 games in a row. So he wanted to set up a paint and spray, but it's ridiculous because Jessica Shepard, she's not good at that in terms of shooting threes like Maddie and Lee Yuru. So we're just seeing a terrible game management from Jose, y'all. 2 games in a row, terrible.
And substitutions here for Jose Fernandez.
So it's McBride, who has uncharacteristically missed 2 free throws tonight, 7 for 9 in this ball game. 2 more here to try to make it a 2-possession game.
Now the smart thing he did was he saved that full timeout. So he used the reset timeout the last time. He saved the timeout this time. So that was smart. I think Paige Beckers missed one of those free throws. I didn't see one of those free throws she shot. Yeah, you can't do that, Paige. Once again, this is Paige melting, y'all. There's 2 games in a row where she melted in the 4th quarter.
And McBride got both. Brings the praying hands.
Yeah, there's 2 games in a row where Paige Beckers melted. In Atlanta, she completely melted in the 4th quarter. Paige melted the whole game in Atlanta. Against Indiana, she melted completely in the 4th quarter. I mean, completely melted against Indiana in the 4th quarter. They end up winning that game anyway. In Atlanta, she was missing. She was missing in Atlanta. And in this game, she melted in the 4th quarter in the key moments. So there's something going on with Paige where she doesn't have that clutch gene when you need it the most, right? Some of y'all call it a dog, or that killer instinct, that killer will to completely take over 4th quarters. That's not in her. That burning fire, that's not in her. We saw it against Indiana in the 4th quarter where she melted. She was missing in action against Atlanta. And in the key moments of the 4th quarter, she melted. I believe she missed one of those key free throws. So there's like, she doesn't have that killer fire in her. Gino used to get on her about that. Jose isn't yelling at her the way Gino would get on her about it. So she needs a coach that's really going to like coach her hard like Gino to pull that out of her.
Yeah, it's a 2-possession game, so you don't have to go for a 3. You can get a quick one.
Yeah, you got to hurry up, Odyssey. All right, come on.
They're showing a lot of clock here.
Like, what are you doing, Paige?
Wnba over to Shepard.
And once again, he has the wrong personnel in. He has the wrong personnel in. See, Paige didn't want the moment. Did y'all see that? She didn't want the moment. Like, it's no awareness, didn't care about the game clock. She ran away from the moment, and poor game management from Jose. He still has Jessica Shepard in the game. It is ridiculous. She can't shoot threes like Maddie. She can't spread the floor like Maddie. And she can't shoot threes like Lee Yuru. It's the most ridiculous thing ever, y'all. All right, let's get to this game.
Who is watching Minnesota and Dallas? We've got the Liberty and the Portland Fire. This is the second time in 3 days that these 2 franchises have met each other. With the Hall of Famer Candace Parker, I'm Lisa Byington. JD Dyer is on the sideline here for us. It has been nip and tuck here in the first few minutes. Tuesday, the Portland Fire won on a last-second shot to beat the Liberty. There were 14 lead changes, 8 ties. The Portland Fire had to win in come-from-behind fashion. At one point, they were trailing by as many as 13 points, but so far it's been back and forth here 2 days later. And if you liked offense, then you wanted to watch Tuesday's game. Both teams shooting 50, 40, 90. And really the separator was the depth of Portland as well as points off turnovers. Liberty turned the ball over, and let's see if they can correct that today.
Yeah, 18 turnovers in that game, and Shook Sutton misses a lay-in. Now for Portland, we got a foul call there on the loose ball. Carla Late was a late scratch with an ankle injury. Kamaya Small started in her place, and she came up a little bit hobbled. And so Shook Sutton is now the 3rd guard. As you see, it's a physical game here tonight. You see the latest collision. And we will take a timeout. The Liberty with a 10-7 edge here in Portland.
NBA, always something different.
All night, every night.
Nailed it.
Damn good.
Bucket. Bucket.
Get that out of here.
Yes!
Boom.
Bang! Count it.
Get better payouts this NBA playoffs on FanDuel.
Taco Bell's lunch boxes are going to people's heads. Because once they've indulged in the mainstays of the $5 box, the decadence of the $7 box, and the abundance of the $9 box with its monumental triple-double crunch wrap, they start expecting everything to be as Lux. Don't let the Lux go to your head.
Where's the doorman?
There is no doorman.
That's why we're waiting.
Let's go. Try Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 lunch boxes.
What's wrong with you? What do you think? Oh,
That's pretty cool.
Four parks, one vacation that changes everything. Universal Orlando Resort.
For 30 years, this game has changed. Move by move, game by game, moment by moment. So what happens next? More. More magic, more miracles, more pages to write in history books, and more cities to conquer along the way. More impossible moments, more drama, more heartbreak, more fire, more love of the game that will be left forever changed. Season 30 is here, and there's so much more to come.
All right, in Portland, Oregon, basketball is back here in the summer. It's the Liberty and the Fire for the second time in 3 days. Of course, the Fire had that dramatic win on Tuesday. It was the first win in about 24 years for this expansion franchise. And with the Hall of Famer Candace Parker, I'm Lisa Byington. Happy to have the WNBA on Prime in our debut here tonight. You know, you get to meet both the coaches, right? They're 2 of 4 first-year head coaches across the league here. You talk about Portland's Alex Sarama. A lot has been made. He's written a book. He's got some interesting basketball philosophies. You've watched them play early through a few games. What's your takeaway with his style?
Well, Coach Sarama told us before the game that his philosophy is if you're going to be an expansion team, you have to come in and do something different, right? And their difference is they want to play at a blazing pace, no pun intended with the Fire. They want to switch up their defenses.
And he does constraints-led approach, all right?
And thus far, early in the season, they've shown that they want to turn you over and capitalize on points off turnovers.
You saw the constraint-led approach. A lot is being made of that methodology. That it kind of emphasizes decision-making and game-like learning environments. I mean, just yesterday we saw his team shooting with no shoes on and just socks. So just some different ways to tweak to get you uncomfortable so you can be comfortable when game time comes.
Well, he had me at hello when he said no shoot around all season. So I was signed up for that approach, whatever approach that is.
And JD, I don't know if I saw you shooting with just your socks on and shoot around today, but what more can you add?
I like the way that Candace said that he had him at hello, because no doubt about it, throughout this broadcast, Candace is not going to use her English accent, which she's now developed throughout. But speaking to him, he was right in terms of the fireball. And I love the fact that he was able to pinpoint and using that blend of European culture and the American fundamentals to produce this efficiently incredible offense that we're seeing right here today. Look, despite the hot shooting start that they've had in terms of Portland, he was even balanced in saying that he expects more to come, he expects those shooting averages to balance out, but what he wants to pin his hat on is culture. Culture and defense is really what the Portland Fire are going to be known for in this league. Now, Lisa Q, Candace's English accent.
You got one?
I mean, I've been working on it since JD and I worked together in London. Isn't it? We'll see what he thinks about it.
Jonquel Jones with the latest bucket.
Right here, Jonquel demonstrating her versatility, get to the hoop, attacking and closeouts. You gotta respect her three-point shot. Last year, she shot 42% from deep. So what a luxury to have 2 capable post players that can make threes. It just unlocks things in your offense.
I feel like I'm sitting next to one of those. Let's take a look at the upcoming WNBA national TV schedule. Of course, we've got the Ion Friday showcase, Mystics and Fever, Tempo and Sparks. Sunday, NBC and Peacock comes to play. Now, for more on these games, please go to WNBA.com or visit the WNBA app. You know these players are watching you, right? It's a sort of a hybrid type post as you're describing.
You know what's insane is now players are saying back, I used to watch you growing up, and that is what really makes you feel. That's what got me sitting right here. As you see right here, Stewie going behind the back. Portland plays a beat 'em and turn 'em type of transition defense where they want to force you to the sideline and they crowd the ball handler. We've seen it time and time again in the first game, baiting New York Liberty to go to the sideline and forcing them into, tough turnovers.
Well, on Tuesday, Brianna Stewart had 16 points, but she had to work for it. She got herself to the free throw line, yes, but 4 of 12 from the field. Megan Gustafson, what a spark off the bench.
Megan Gustafson doing a little Viking, put a little English on that finish right there, finishing with her left hand.
perfect 3 for 3. She's got a quick 6 points off the bench. The bench was huge also Tuesday for Portland. They won that category against the Liberty big time.
Right here, the deep seal post-up game is still very much alive. Gustafson really great at using both.
Yeah, that's Megan Gustafson, peanut butter and jelly. That's her foundation. That's her core. She's a low post player. She has some of the best low post moves in the world, male or female. But she was able to extend her game by going overseas. That's how she made it back to the WNBA, because they wanted her to be able to be on the perimeter too, and to be able to create her own shot off the dribble. But in terms of low post moves, the best. High post moves, arguably one of the best. So she can always do that.
Just a double bury in the post. Gustafson doing a good job just running rim to rim, sealing, and New York isn't getting 3.
So what happens is that the Liberty lost the last game because Chris DeMarco is easily exposed by Alex Sarama, because Alex Sarama was the Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach when Cleveland had the best record in the East and had the #1 offense in the league. And they scored the most points. And Chris DeMarco runs a Warriors-style offense, 5 out, scoring transition, try to score before you can set up your defense, some cutting and ball movement, pulling up in transition, paint and spray, some ISO, and like that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. But that's so familiar to Alex Sarama because he helped coach and prepare and scout against the Warriors offense and defense. And so Chris DeMarco isn't doing anything unique. Alex Sarama is, but not Chris.
Rebecca Gardner with the miss.
Gardner.
So what we see is that he got back one of his players, Alex Sarama, Shug Sutton.
Deep New York team when they get healthy.
Only her 4th year, 35-year-old. There's another turnover.
And I'll break down constraints-led approach for you guys at the end of the quarter. But it's like catching a football dipped in oil, covered in oil on a rainy day, to teams and players that's never faced it before. And no team in the history of women's basketball, overseas or the States, college, high school, they've never faced constraints-led approach as a team. Now individually, yes, but not as a team, not used by a team. Okay, the methodology, the principles, none of that. So it's so out of this world that you often lose when you're facing it because you've never seen it before.
Eric Smalls, who's back in this game, got the start.
Right, and so what that is, what you just witnessed was a matchup zone defense. It was a 2-3 that changed into a box zone defense, right? And so that's what you saw. So it was a 2-3 that switched to a box zone defense.
Stewart with 2 points. Here for the Liberty. They now trail by 4. Geisel Suter chases it down. A back cut there from Smalls.
Okay, that's Niadu Pouch. She was drafted in the 1st round in the 2024 draft by the Atlanta Dream. She's from Australia. She's 6'3". She can do pretty much everything. But that wasn't just a back cut. That was a 45-degree cut by Kamaya Smalls. So a 45-degree cut is a cut with an angle, a diagonal cut. Okay, so that's called a 45-degree cut.
Find an open player, knocking out to Posh. Look at that, great camera angle to show that when the ball.
It's essentially like running a slant in football. Yeah, it's a 45-degree cut.
That gave us a quick yes. So at least we got that out of him. Johannes with the miss. It'll be Portland basketball.
And right here, Johannes accustomed to taking those shots, and she makes them, having 60 points coming into this game in 3 games. Her highest scoring to start a season.
Yeah, one of 3 players off of the French national team on this New York Liberty team. Johannes kind of pokes that one away. Astier to Johannes. 2 national teammates. And Beck Allen in her first game of the season.
That's right. That's right. So Rebecca Allen is back. They got her back. I think, yeah, so she's back. She's a really good perimeter shot blocker, Rebecca. She's streaky as a shooter. She can make her threes, but she's pretty streaky. But you keep her on the team because she's a really good perimeter shot blocker and she can make her threes, but she's streaky.
Penetrating, driving, trying.
Yeah, so it's just real difficult to beat a team that uses CLA, constraint-led approach. A lot of coaches call it messy, and they don't like it. They call it messy, especially on defense, because they blitz everything, they trap everything, they're playing every passing lane, they're suffocating you, they're switching everything, they're clogging up everything. They excel at the 50-50 game. They're diving everywhere and they press everything. That's how it is. And they can mix it up with a little bit of zone, but it's very chaotic. It's like trying to navigate through a hurricane and a tornado and a blizzard, right? So that's CLA, at least on defense.
It's the fire that has jumped.
You see that? You see that? Like, they don't care, y'all. They don't care. And a team like New York, where they do have some older players, it will wear you out. Like, you're not familiar with this stuff. And I'll break down their offense in a minute.
Most for a rookie so far this season, launching it as the quarter clock.
All right, so let me educate y'all about CLA, constraint-led approach. The training of it, which is unique and unorthodox, and they train you for real game time basketball. They really try to block your layups in practice. The male practice players, they're not just there lightly contested. They're really trying to block your threes, like all of it. So we'll get into that. The methodology of it all, the training of it, and also how they shrink the court. They give you 6 seconds to make a decision, but you only get you can only dribble 3 dribbles. So this is how they increase your decision making, and it helps with your shot IQ. So they'll give you 6 seconds to make a decision, but you can only have 3 dribbles. Like, it's so unique. So anyway, let's go here. Now I can break it. I want you to read it for yourself. Come on. Damn. All right, it's still at commercial. All right, Alex Sarama's CLA refers to his advocacy and practical application of constraints-led approach in basketball coaching and player development. Sarama, a British coach, blah, 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 blah. He previously served as assistant coach for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let's go. What is CLA? CLA is a skill acquisition and practice design methodology rooted in ecological dynamics and non-linear pedagogy. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get down to it. Individual constraints, athlete-specific factors like height, athleticism, fatigue, motivation, injury history, or actions capability, speed, size, smaller guards, task constraints, rules, equipment, goals, scoring system, numbers, players, boundaries, modifications like time limits or special rules, environmental constraints, context like court surface lighting, social cultural factors, even sound. They pump in sound to their practices. Environmental constraints, I read that. Coaches manipulate constraints. This promotes self-organization, perception, action, coupling. I'm not going to get into all that. No two possessions are identical because constraints constantly shift. Core principles, game-like environments over isolated drills. Avoid heavy reliance on 1-on-0, 5-on-0, pattern drills or repetitive technique work. Use small skill games, modify rules and variable conditions so skills emerge functionally in context, decision-making, and adaptability. Players explore multiple solutions rather than one correct technique. That builds creativity, problem solving under pressure, and transfer to games. Non-linear practices are messy and variable. Repetition without repetition, same scenario, different constraints each time. Versus traditional coaching rejects the idea of universal fundamentals drilled in isolation before games. Traditional methods limit exposure to real affordances and assume players can plug in technique later. CLA accelerates development by immersing players in representative scenarios, examples, pick and roll practice via 3v3 with changing defensive coverages, spacing rules, or scoring incentives instead of static drills, shooting, finishing with live defenders and variable constraints. For example, time, numbers, boundaries to encourage functional, individualized solutions, differential learning, socks on feet or other perturbations to increase variability and adaptability. Impact and Sarama's work. Sarama has popularized CLA through transforming basketball resources, clinics, courses, camps, and consulting for pro teams. His approach contributed to the Cavaliers' strong performance, 64-18 season as Portland Fire head coach. He's implementing it from scratch with an expansion roster, ideal for building a player-centered, adaptable system without unlearning old habits. Players reportedly enjoy the engaging, less repetitive practices. It aligns with broader trends in elite basketball and other sports, emphasizing evidence-based methods over tradition. Critics or traditionalists may see it as unstructured initially, but proponents highlight better long-term skill transfer, confidence, and creativity. In short, Sarama CLA shifts coaching from tell and drill to designing environments where players self-organize smarter, more adaptable solutions backed by sports science and proven at NBA, WNBA levels. For deeper dives, check his book, Transforming Basketball Site or Clinics. And so, yeah, this is CLA. And so, like, that's really what I wanted to get out of it. So let's go.
Assists early, or 8 assists early in this game, and then Haley Jones, you draw, you kick in a zone. It's that simple. Off of the offensive rebound, because the Liberty have been forced to go zone to try to stop the fluidity of the Portland Fire offense.
Chu at the free throw line. This is the first attempt. She was drafted by the Liberty in 2019. She's returned for her second stint as well. She signed a training camp contract in April.
And we saw what Hunt could do in preseason. You know, just in terms of getting up and down the court at her size, being able to finish around the rim. I think that those are the expectations around her minutes, filling in for JJ and for Stewie.
Well, she's the tallest WNBA player here this year. Stands at 6'11", 26 years old in her 4th year. Chasing it down once again. Barker on an offensive rebound. They have 4 of them here tonight. It'll stay here with 7 seconds to work with.
Well, again, New York having some success on the first shot in this zone defense, but Portland Just relentless on the boards, coming up with second chance points.
Well, offensive rebounds, it could be worse. 3 second chance points, it could be worse for the Liberty in that category, for sure. Six seconds here to work with.
No, that's good because Marine Johannes matters. If that was Sabrina Ionescu, he would have challenged it. If that were Breonna Stewart, he would have challenged it. If that were Jonquel Jones, he would have challenged it. Marine Johannes is just as important. So when she twirls her finger, challenge it. Okay? And that's how you fight for your players. That's how you fight for your players. Challenge it. Yeah, so that's essentially what that is.
We're back in debt with America's best powertrain limited warranty. We're UFC fighting, donut making, NASCAR winning Ram.
Purchase and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 bonus cash allowance on most 2026 Ram 1500 Crew Cab models.
We got some legends in here tonight. Yeah!
Turn better payouts into legendary moments this NBA playoffs on FanDuel.
All right. Yeah, but that's what it is. So I believe I explain it better than Grok. I asked Grok to do a little deep dive but make it concise. It's more comprehensive than this, but I wanted him to make Grok to make it concise, but yet do a little bit of a deep dive. And so yeah, like that's essentially what that is. Yeah, so like CLA is amazing, y'all. It is amazing. CLA is amazing. So yeah, pretty serious stuff, y'all. Pretty serious stuff. And for some of you who don't know, you could study this. You could take a screenshot. You can research it for yourselves. Yeah, and that's essentially what that is. CLA, constraints-led approach, is a skill acquisition and practice design methodology rooted in ecological dynamics and non-linear pedagogy. It views movement and decision-making as emergent properties arising from interaction of 3 types of constraints rather than from internal motor programs or rote repetition of fundamentals. So let's get back to the game. All right.
Electing to pick up full court. They understand that this pressure takes New York out of their fluid offense. It makes starting the offense higher up a lot harder.
Alex Serrano has talked about trying to do things a little bit differently as an expansion team. And in his mind, the pressure, the physical defense is one way to do that. Frida Buna commits the first foul.
And again, his expectations are his players to come in and play hard consistently. And he wants that for 44 games this season.
Johannes with the miss. Haley Jones with the rebound. Serrano had talked about just a clear definition offensively and defensively of what they wanted the style of play to look like. They drafted to that in the expansion draft, and Gustafson was a part of that.
Right, so what that was a 2-3 matchup zone with woman-to-woman principles where they would be able to switch. But you got the wrong personnel on the court for that defensive switch, which was Han Shu. So that's why it didn't work.
Coming in from beyond the arc, so that's good for Liberty offense.
About 7 minutes left. The Plains are first field goal. Their only points had come.
So as you can see, That is a very unique. That's a very unique matchup zone where they're still playing drop coverage. So as you guys saw, it started off as a 3-2. It transformed into a 1-2-2 as well. So very unique. You've seen a 3-2. It morphed into a 1-2-2. Very great. That was good defense by Chris DeMarco. Good defense.
You coach DeMarco's offense.
Do you want to see her in different places trying to generate her offense than what you saw on Tuesday?
Well, Stewie's at her best when she's cutting, moving, separating from screens. She's really tough to go.
Yeah, so that was some drop coverage by Haley Jones. I thought she should have pressed her and got more into her face, but that was her decision.
Astier now with 8 points, her second 3-point bank, and the Liberty with the takeaway. Jonquel Jones leading the break. Stewie launches.
You don't worry about Breanna Stewart. You don't worry about Breanna Stewart. She shot under 30% last season. She's been terrible shooting threes recently, as of late. So don't worry about her. Now, earlier Stewie from Seattle, Stewie when she first got to New York, that would have been a dangerous Stewie. But the last 2 years, Stewie, terrible. Terrible.
Battle for it there. A foul to Stewart, too, by basically on that loose ball play. She's trying to plead her case to my Forsberg, our crew chief, which said Mike listens to the players.
Maya is one of my favorite refs. She definitely listens, but when she makes a call, let's go the other way.
Okay, so I'm seeing some empty seats, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a sellout. It just means fans didn't show up. But I think this is at least 17,000, if not 18,000. That's a lot of fans.
And that's the versatility of the Liberty. Post to post pass off of a screen and roll.
An 8-0 run here for the Liberty. Sutton with the miss. And Jones now bringing it across.
Right here. Your 6'6" and 6'5" post player. Nice dime by JJ coming off. And then on the next possession, they go right back to it in transition. They go under the screen. They foul Stewie, but JJ gets a clean look from beyond the arc. So we'll see how many times the Liberty exploit that.
The second personal on Carlton, Liberty taking it out to the sideline. Johannes Van Loo with 7 seconds.
And that's why you don't need Sabrina Ionescu. That's why you don't need Sabrina Ionescu. And that's what I was telling y'all in my video about, the end of Sabrina, if you will, right? So you don't need her anymore because Julie fits this system, Chris DeMarco's system, better than Sabrina fits it. You have to understand something. This isn't Sandy Brondello's system, or when Sandy Brondello switched to a 5-out last season. She doesn't even really understand 5-out. Although Sonia helped her with it, but she doesn't really get it. So this is a whole new type of system. Yes, it's they still use 5-out, but it's completely different from the variation you saw with Sandy Brondello last season. Maureen Johannes just fits it better. I swear to you, they don't need Sabrina. You know who can use Sabrina? Portland. I said in my video, I think they should trade Sabrina to Portland for a first-round pick and even Bridget Carlton, right? So Bridget Carlton and a first-round pick. And Portland could take Sabrina. The Liberty can use Bridget Carlton. They don't need her. They do not. They got Benijah Laney back, Julie Van Lowe, Maureen Johannes, Leonie Phoebish, Rebecca Gardner. They just don't need Sabrina, y'all. They don't need her. She can't run this offense better than Maureen Johannes and Julie Van Lowe because she's not dynamic as these women are with the dribble, off the dribble, and with great vision in terms of making these over-the-edge dynamic passes. Now, she can rebound better than these women, okay? She's also a good facilitator, but she's not good on the perimeter with her ball handling ability, with her slashing, with her layup package, okay? And she's also not good shooting off the dribble better than Maureen Johannes and Julie Van Lowe. So you don't really need Sabrina, y'all. You just don't need her. I'm not saying he can't use her. She's just not better at this brand of offense than Julie and Marine Johannes. So trade her to Portland for a first-round pick and Bridget Carlton. Okay? Portland can use her. Portland, she fits Portland perfectly. So Portland can use her. You can use Bridget Carlton and do something with Rebecca Allen. You can trade Rebecca Allen and bring in Bridget Carlton, right? And then you got a first-round pick, so you're still building for the future. And Sabrina goes back to Oregon, where Nike is based at, and she with her Sabrinas and all of that. So anyway, let's get back to it.
Excitement in one of the best areas of the country to support women's sports.
Well, everyone wanted to shoot like Jackie Stiles. She got drafted out here. Obviously, you saw a picture of Tully Bevilacqua. She was a huge, actually champion in this league. Played for the Indiana Fever for a number of years. Moved around the league, Australian. So it's just great to see this franchise back. The city was ready for it.
The kick out coming out of that timeout. And they just recently brought back some of those players, Jackie Stiles and
all right, so that was a 1-2-2 zone defense, 1-2-2. All right, and the beautiful part about it, she was able to get it into the corner for an open shot. So it's very difficult to penetrate off of that, and it's very difficult to get threes off of that unless you're shooting them on the wing.
In 24 years, since 2002, just a couple of days ago, worked the ball around to Brianna Stewart.
Yeah, see, Brianna Stewart, she's so terrible shooting threes the last 2 seasons that she's not a threat. You can play off of her from the perimeter. She's not a threat the way she used to be.
Or you have to guard her, and these are looks that the Liberty can live with. She should not hesitate. She should not get gun shy.
Yeah, Jonquel is an underrated facilitator. She does great passes, great, at 6'6". Very underrated. If you look at NBA 2K, they have her with piss poor passing. It's ridiculous.
Became stagnant offensively. Hasn't been able to really get back and set their defense, which has had them play a lot of transition. And that's what the Liberty want to do right there.
So Hannes for 3. Here's Carlton. She hasn't scored a point. Now the leading scorer along with Carla Late, who's not available here for Portland. And Carlton still held scoreless here through the first half. You got a couple of players late not available, but she averages 19.
See, Emily Angstler can't get upset with that because that's constraints-led approach. It allows the women to make their own decisions, okay, where the coaches don't interfere with CLA. It allows it, and they run very few plays. The only time you will really see a play being run with a team using CLA is like an end of quarter, an ATO, something like that. But it's always on the fly, and the players make their own decisions. So it throws teams off because they're used to, they're used to predictable systems. So Emily was going to the basket and she was open, but Bridget Carlton felt that she had a better opportunity to shoot a 3, and you can't get mad at it.
It's difficult because you have players that aren't used to initiating offense doing so.
Rebecca Allen is short. The Liberty started out shooting a little bit slowly from 3-point territory. Now they're like 33% here for the game. Sutton brings it across. Geiselsuter, the kick out. Here's Potch, drives, penetrates, gets it, body bucket and one.
Nice, and she was also playing in the playoffs in Australia, the WNBL, Niadu Pouch. She also has a sister who plays in the WNBL as well. She was a first-round pick for the Atlanta Dream in 2024. That's the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese draft. 6'3", she can do everything. A very fun person. Atlanta didn't, I think they traded her to Portland, or they didn't protect her in the expansion draft. But they also drafted Isabel Burles Orlando in the second round, and she just won MVP in the WNBL. What is the WNBL? It's a professional women's basketball league in Australia. The consensus is that it's the second most competitive league next to the WNBA. So the problem is that it doesn't pay well. It doesn't pay well, but you go there to improve your game. That's why you do it. You go there to improve your game. It is recognized as the second most competitive league in the world next to the WNBA.
Sends Fowler to the free throw line. Talk about a welcome to a WNBA moment. Signed today as a developmental player contract and getting some playing time here today. You're invited to the Academy of Country Music Awards live from Vegas, hosted by Shania Twain, featuring iconic.
Oh, Shania Twain has her new album coming out. She is still so beautiful, Shania Twain. Still so beautiful.
But that's how you want it. You want to sign, you want to play, you want to get some minutes, you want to show Coach DeMarco what you're capable of contributing.
And a local favorite, played at the University of Portland, was the all-time leading scorer there. So she can put up some points. How about that move, excellent.
Nice.
The up fake, high off the glass, Portland back on top.
And that's how you beat a zone. You beat a zone through passing, and you beat it through the middle. And taking advantage. Ainsley, high IQ.
Van Loo, a dangerous pass. 6 seconds on the shot clock. Leaning Hamilton gives it back to Van Loo.
That's it. Like, you don't need Sabrina, y'all. You don't need Sabrina. You just don't need her. You don't need Sabrina. Trade Sabrina, y'all. Trade Sabrina. All right, so they're in a 2-3 zone with woman-to-woman principles, which is what you saw. Nice. You got to make that, though. And the reason why you go to a 2-3 is because they've been penetrating, and it stops penetration.
2-minute warning here in the first half. Allen dives. Van Loo, cross-court pass. Again to foul.
I told you, man, these teams not keeping Julie Van Loo, that's gross negligence. That's tantamount to freaking gross negligence. That's tantamount to a dereliction of duty. And they should be fired. Nice. Now, one thing about Shug Sutton, she was born with a clutch gene. Texas player. She was born with a clutch gene, Shug Sutton. Nice, nice. See, that's that CLA defense. They just don't care. They're going to blow anything up. They'll blow anything up, CLA. They'll blow it all up. They don't care. Yeah, you just don't need Sabrina, y'all. But these teams, that is cold-blooded, how they got rid of Julie Van Loo. That's the dumbest thing in the world. You never get rid of someone like that. She's just a shorter Marine Johannes. She literally does everything Marine Johannes does. She just shorter than Marine Johannes.
7 inside a minute left to play here in the first half. Geiselsuter. Outside to shoot the 3. Shoots at 33% coming into tonight.
New York's going to go 2 for 1 on this possession.
Ainsley chases it down. About an 8-second differential game and shot.
Now, Indiana Fever got rid of Emily Angstler and lied and said, oh, it's because she had a back injury. And she didn't. They lied. They got rid of her so they could tank for Caitlin Clark, cold-blooded. They drafted her in the top 5, got rid of her so they could tank for Caitlin Clark. They did that to several of their players like Queen Egbo. And they fleeced the roster so that they could tank for Caitlin Clark. Crazy.
Stay tuned for the half, presented by State Farm in the studio. Allie Clifton, Cynthia Cooper, and Swing Cash, an all-star.
And Emily Angstler won MVP, defensive MVP in Athletes Unlimited a couple years ago. And she just took off from there on. She took off. Like I said, if you do good in Athletes Unlimited, your career takes off in the WNBA.
I want
Sutton. Not there, so after that's a back and forth at Liberty. And ends the first half with a 2-point advantage. 9 league changes, 4 ties. You're watching the WNBA on Prime, presented by AT&T.
Yeah, so I told people with their power rankings to not judge Portland. I said, don't judge Portland. Do not judge Portland because of constraints-led approach, CLA. Once these women get comfortable with CLA, Portland is going to be one of the most dangerous or unpredictable teams in the WNBA. They're going to be a tough out. They're going to win games you didn't think that they were going to win because it is an anomaly. You've never seen this in women's basketball before. Now, there are women who use CLA principles to train individually, like Kelsey Plum or Skylar or Nafisa, but we've never seen it used for a team as a whole, a team using CLA. We've never seen that in women's basketball. We've seen it in the NBA with the Cleveland Cavaliers. We've seen it at Duke in the NCAA. We've seen it with a couple teams overseas, men's teams overseas, but never women, never women. And anytime any team uses CLA, they're very, very good. And they move to the top on offense, okay? Once Portland Fire gets comfortable with CLA as a team, it's going to be like catching a football covered in oil on a rainy day. It's hard to beat something you're unfamiliar with, okay? The way they train, the way they communicate, everything. It's very difficult to beat something you've never had to defend or you never had to try to score against. Very difficult, you guys. And this is why a lot of coaches don't like it, traditionalists, and they call it they call it messy and all of these other things, because they don't have an answer for it. These coaches like things that they're familiar with because there's always a defense for what they're familiar with, right? So there's always a defense for the Princeton offense, or for a 4-out-and-1, or for a 5-out, right? Or for a PNR heavy offense. There's always a defense for it, right? And so using CLA, there's no defense for it. And so they don't like it.
Hello and welcome back to Crime's home of the WNBA. I'm Allie Clifton alongside 2 Hall of Famers, Cynthia Cooper and Sven Cash. What a first half we had. Again, a tale of 2 quarters. The biggest question coming in, the New York Liberty, how would they respond to that buzzer-beating loss to the Fire on Tuesday? 20-14 after 1. Much different here in the second 2-point lead. What'd you see?
Yeah, I just thought there was lack of ball movement. You had your 2-4, your 4 and a 5 on the wing, making their life difficult. It was just really, it looked like they weren't organized. You're firing up 3-point shots to lead, get you back to the basket, get some action going to the basket, and I thought they made that adjustment.
I think the one thing coming into this game that you see is that you have 2 star players in both Stewie and JJ. And what I thought early on we were going to see is them utilizing them on the low block, right? Utilizing them on the elbows, trying to then make them become passers and getting everyone else involved. They settle you if you're a New York Liberty. You're missing players, but you also don't have that true point guard. So you got to utilize your stars. I thought early on they figured that out in the second half.
You're a pros pro. You wanted me to set you up with that, and you took it there on your own. We're going to dive into that in Nightcap after this game, because I do love your perspective on that, Swin. However, 23 of their 33 shots are from deep, 18 points from downtown there in the first half.
Well, the first half, it was a tale of 2 quarters. Yeah. So in the second half, there was ball movement. You're getting your stars, easy buckets, rolling to the basket. You're getting the ball movement, and so you're getting wide open 3-point shots from the inside out.
And with the inside out, you got to get paint touches. I don't care if that's through your bigs or through your guards with penetration. That's what they were able to do. When you are in attack mode, that then allows everything else to open up. And this right here is what I love and I want to see more of. That high-low action with Stewie and JJ. The size, the athleticism, the ability. Then you go out and that 3 becomes a lot easier for you.
And even when you missed the 3, there was great ball movement, great pass by JJ from the block to the wing, extra pass, wide open shot for Breanna Stewart. She missed it, but that's the type of ball movement championship teams have.
Despite 11 turnovers, it is just a one-possession game for the Portland Fires. We transitioned over to them. Great start here in this game.
They're starting how we expect them to, right? We talked about this even early on, is that the one thing with the Portland Fire they have is the tenacity. They're going to play together. They're going to move the basketball. You're going to see that. There was one time as they were coming down the floor, I said, I love the fact that they're going to go inside, find the mismatches. They're going to deliver the basketball at the right time to the right player. And listen, you may not have the star power, but you can out-execute anybody. If you run your stuff, you know that. You can get to what you want.
Absolutely, and I thought what Portland did great at the beginning is that they did get paint touches, but they also attacked downhill. Before the defense was actually set, they attacked downhill. They got some good looks, some inside looks, and then when you have your inside looks, now that makes that three-point shot even easier because you're going inside out.
I do want a quick key just going into the second half. Obviously, you know that you can beat this team. You just did it 48 hours ago, but Coach Sarama, as Candace mentioned on the broadcast, culture, defense, we got to do something different. What do you want to see from them to sustain this in the second half?
I think the biggest thing is that they have enough experience to really just kind of settle themselves down, right? I think a lot of times you could get caught up in, we got to get it back so fast. We got to stay on top of it. But playing your style of basketball, you just need to be there in the fourth and figure out how to make a play. So I say just sustain. Defensively, get stops, then that leads to your offense.
Stay the course. Portland Fire has to stay the course, play their style of basketball, and then I like the move that New York did when they switched to zone defensively.
Yeah, I just want Candace Parker to know that we got the mics now, so we're coming for you.
And Trash Talk is all about it. We all about it, CP.
You know they got it. Time for our Be There player presented by State Farm. As we head to break, Megan Gustafson coming off the bench for the Fire, 10 points, 4 of 4 from the field. That's perfect. More here from Studio 11 after break.
Yeah, Amazon is dominating. Amazon is dominating ESPN. USA Network is dominating ESPN. And then I gotta be honest, Ion on Friday nights is dominating ESPN, at least with their studio shows. Where Ion messes up with is the broadcast. It's not dynamic in any way, and they use a basic 720p. So their quality is just 720p. Now, networks will use 720p, but at least they would do 720p 60 frames per second. Ion would just use a flat out 720p. So that's a problem. That's a problem. You're in the future. It's 2026. You should at least be 1080p flat or 1080p 40 frames, 30 frames at least. Now you use 720p because it helps with stability and all of that. But at some point, Ion, you got to go to a flat 1080p or at least 60 frames per second, which are 720p. But they're beating ESPN with their pregame show, halftime show, and postgame show. USA Network is murdering ESPN on all fronts, including the broadcast production. Now, we get to see NBC. That's just USA Sports. We get to see NBC coming up, I think tomorrow or Saturday. We get to see NBC. That's when we get to hear that. That's when we get to see that. I think tomorrow or Saturday we get to hear that. That's next level. Okay, that right there is next level. I think they have someone special in a studio for that one too. So far, ESPN and ABC is getting annihilated. Amazon is the best I've seen so far.
First, it's the Pistons and Cavs at 6:30 Eastern, followed by the Spurs Wolves at 9:30 Eastern. Shout out to our girl Candace Parker in Portland tonight. She'll be in the land tomorrow for Cavs Pistons, the NBA playoffs tomorrow. It is on Prime. We see you, girl. Let's check out the first game of tonight that we had, and it was a fun one. Lynx visiting the Wings in Dallas, the battle of trio of recent top picks. Fourth quarter, Lynx down to 83-81. Olivia Miles finds Natasha Howard for the layup, tied at 83. Next Lynx possession, down 2. You got it, Coop.
Well, I'll tell you, Olivia Miles just put on the show today. I mean, she made everyone around her. She made Howard look like a superstar with this pick and roll. Just made her life easy.
Still tied at 85, but Howard for the layup. Lynx take the lead, hang on to beat the Wings 90-86 despite a big night from Paige Beckers. We will dive into that one more so in Nightcap, but we got to start with Olivia Miles. She had 15. She hit your FanDuel mark, by the way.
Well, she did hit my FanDuel mark.
Exactly what she was supposed
You're
to.
welcome. I just thought it was great. She did a great job first quarter. She came out, she cooled off a little bit, second and third, but then she's a finisher. She finished the game so well, finishing with that signature one-hand shot, and then she got everybody involved. Wide open shot, layups, great assists. She did a fantastic job.
It's the vision for me. It's the vision for me, people. When she is getting downhill, she has the ability to score the basketball, but I love the fact she is always probing, trying to figure out. And when she found Natasha Howard, let me tell you this. If you're big in this league, I want you to know right now, you need to be like Natasha Howard when it comes to screening, because she is going to at least get a piece of you, but she immediately is rolling to the basket. KYP, know your personnel, Pooh.
Yeah. Rolling to the basket, but also finishing at the basket.
Yes.
So now I can trust you as a point guard. That yes, I'm going to create, I'm going to get the ball to you, but you're going to actually make the basket. You're going to finish around the rim. I thought Howard did a fantastic job with that. And then Olivia, like you said, she has the vision. She's that girl.
Like that, have a vet like that you can play in the pick and roll with. Love it. Love it for her.
Played like a champ. 26 for Natasha Howard tonight. She had 19 in the second half, 10 in the fourth. Talk about a winner. 8 threes for the Liberty tonight. We're heading to break. John Paul Jones with the assist to Benaja Laney Hamilton. We're sending it back to the second half. Liberty in fire after the break.
Yeah, Amazon is murdering ESPN and ABC, just annihilating them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if we're being honest, Olivia Miles is playing better than that woman right there you see, Caitlin Clark. She really is. Olivia Miles is looking amazing, y'all. Now, she would have been a top 5 pick last year, but she decided to stay. So, yeah. She just, I mean, look how good she made Natasha Howard look. Now, we had Natasha Howard last year, and Natasha had some good games, but she didn't really get to play with Caitlin a lot because Caitlin only played 13 games. So all you can do is, if you want to compare Olivia Miles, sort of do this comparison as juxtaposition or show contrast, you will have to base it off of the 13 games Caitlin Clark played. And how did Caitlin and Natasha look on PNRs or just playing with each other in general? So far, Olivia looks a little bit better, but we'll see where it goes. Yeah. Now, if you just want to look at the first few games of the season sample size, comparing the two point guards, Olivia Miles and Caitlin, Olivia Miles looks more efficient and more complete, but the rebounding goes to Caitlin. I would say Caitlin is doing good with steals, playing those passing lanes. Yeah, so Caitlin is doing good with steals in terms of the passing lanes. Caitlin is obviously the better rebounder, and she's putting up more points. It's just that she's suffering with efficiency as a shooter, and she's suffering with efficiency as an accurate passer. She's averaging over 5 turnovers per game so far. So looking at Olivia's just efficient. She's complete. She's not getting 20 points like Caitlin, but everything else, she's really efficient at it. So, yeah. Yeah, that's why I said, you know, Caitlin brought a lot of fans to this league, but it's going to get to a point where if she doesn't start looking good on offense in terms of efficiency, and she's getting exposed on defense, people are going to find new loves. So that's a new term I coined. I call new loves. Loves instead of faves. They're going to find new loves. And we're seeing that with Marine Johannes. We're seeing that with Olivia Mouse and Sonia Citron and Kiki Ariafin and Lauren Betts and Gabriela Jaquez and some of these other players. They're finding new loves. Rakia Jackson. They're finding new loves, y'all. And things are going to go a different route. And this is when you lose your seat at the lit table. And you open up, you create this face of the W vacuum. And so that's what it is. Caitlin has to become efficient, shooting threes again, making her logos, cut those turnovers down to at least 3.6 and start playing more solid on-ball defense. If she can do that, then she could be at the head of the lit table and continue to be the face, you know, for everything in terms of success for the WNBA. But if she doesn't, everyone is finding new loves, y'all. They're finding new loves, and Caitlin could potentially miss out. So she's got to get that three-point stuff situated and cut those turnovers down, man.
Danger room. Tell me about the accountability that you and your teammates hold for each other now, especially when you want to get this win.
Yeah, it's just about building. You know, it's early on in the season. There's a lot of things that we can do to grow and to learn, and we do that by being accountable.
Appreciate it, JJ. Good luck in the second half.
Yeah, that's the New York story. There's a long pass for Stewart with the finish. You know, for the Portland story, you've got your top two scorers. Carla Late not available because of an ankle injury. She averages 19.5. And then you have Bridget Carlton, who averages 19.5, like 0 points in the first half. You're only trailing by 2.
Portland came out the gate hot, forcing turnovers, being able to run. But again, York switching to this zone has caused a little bit of confusion.
I'm talking about a nasty matchup zone, y'all. Y'all saw it was a 2-3, and then it switched to a 3-2. Like, just a nasty matchup zone. Nasty matchup zone. Because they know that Portland wants to get downhill. They also want to get downhill. And so it's hurting them right now. Hurting them right now. Good defense. Great defense. That's the Athletes Unlimited Defensive Player of the Year, y'all. Nice. Chase that, chase that, chase that, chase that, chase that. There you go. There you go. Oh, she should have just kept it. She should have kept it and went in for a floater.
Countered Megan Gustafson and Angsler dominating the paint as they switch to this zone. And right here, there is confusion and not moving the ball as much as Portland needs to move, as you're seeing against man-to-man offense.
Smalls trying to direct traffic.
Nice.
And she finds a cutting Garza shooter. Smalls again in the starting lineup, in for the injured Carly.
So they're doing all of this without Carla Late and without giving heavy minutes to Sarah Ashley. And they still don't have Carly Samuelson.
Astier driving, she's got that move down, that little right-handed reverse for 2.
And Astier, it says rookie when you see her name, but right there, she is a seasoned professional. She's been playing overseas for years, played for Czech in Prague this offseason, and leave it to her coach. Her coach said she improved.
Fans of the WNBA might just...
Yeah, you have to make those shots. So when they switch to a 1-3-1, you have to make that shot, right? So they switch that zone defense to a 1-3-1 with woman-to-woman principles, and you have to make that wing shot because that wing shot is always going to be there in a 1-3-1.
Nice crowd with women's basketball, the WNBA back with an itching to...
And there it is. See, Jonquil Jones is lazy on defense at times. Early in her career, she didn't used to be that way. Later in her career, she started getting lazy because she's playing year-round basketball. Marine Johannes isn't a good on-ball defender, and neither is Julie Van Lowe. They're good help defenders. They're good help defenders, and they play the passing lanes, but they're not good with on-ball defense. So you can blow by them anytime you want.
Is huge, but what she's able to bring off of the bench potentially when Sabrina gets healthy and when they are whole is going to change the dynamic of the team.
There it is. See, you got to punish them. So they're using a 1-3-1 zone. They're using a 1-3-1 zone. And that wing shot is always going to be there. That wing shot is always going to be there, always.
We got a timeout call.
All right, and so like I said, throughout the action, Alex Sarama isn't going to call any plays. With CLA, when you use it for a team, you don't call plays unless it's the end of the quarter, maybe a timeout, or something crucial where you have to draw up a play for like a real clutch type of situation. So it gives freedom to players to make their own decisions. He clearly is using his time because he has to talk to him. He has to talk to him, tell him what he sees, get information from the player, how they feel, and then make adjustments. But normally you don't call plays unless it's mandatory. And so what we're witnessing from Chris DeMarco, well, how do you counter this CLA? Well, we got to run zone. He was most successful using 3-2-2-3 matchup zone. Okay, now he's switching it to a 1-3-1 and it's leaving the wing open. It's leaving the wing open. And so that's the dangerous part about that.
I know drinks, but you don't know them like this. A whole new lineup of crafted sodas and fruity refreshers is here. Try them all now at McDonald's.
Did you know once upon a time refrigerated pouches are full of veg and packed with nutrients?
I did.
They use pineapples, bananas.
Oh, don't forget dragon fruit.
And spinach.
All right. All right. Oh, they're having fun. Oh man, they might be getting killed in the comments. I would say blame Fernandez again, and you can also blame Paige Beckers for melting in the fourth quarter, 3 straight games. But this is on Fernandez. Yeah, see, increase Maddie's minutes. Yeah, this is on Fernandez. All right, let's go.
Rookie doing a little bit of everything. 3-level scorer, catch and shoot, extremely efficient, and then in transition, able to be crafty, going up amongst the trees, taking it on. Obviously taking a lot on her shoulders with Sabrina out. 15 points. She's running the offense.
They just don't need Sabrina, y'all. They don't need her. Astier, Benai Jelani, Julie Van Lowe, Maureen Johannes, Rebecca Gardner. They're going to get back Leonie Fibish, right? They don't need her. They just don't need her. Trade Sabrina. Just trade her.
Experience with the French national team. You talked about playing with over in the Czech Republic. And when you lose someone like Sabrina Ionescu, that's a kickball. So take it out from the sideline. I mean, what better way to kind of plug in a hole than bring in a free agent who's got some quality pro and international experience?
And I know Saab is sitting on the bench, understanding that this is going to unlock more of her game as well. Being able to play more off the ball at times in these offense, more of like a shooting guard. I mean, her contributions are going to be huge.
With Leonie Fibish trying to wrap things up in Spain as well, she's not available even here tonight. Think about, you talked about how tall maybe the starting lineup could be for the Liberty. There's Stewart with a turnaround, and that one sinks through.
And JJ doing a great job running rim to rim, which unlocked Stewie's turnaround on that follow-up. But again,
all right, so that's a 5 out. Calls for the screen. Oh, wow. Yeah, they need to get a stop right here, and they obviously have to score because this can get out of hand. So right now it's a 6-point lead. This thing could turn to 8 or 9 real quick, and that could be potentially dangerous. So they have to get a stop, and then they got to get a quick score.
Just lead in this game had been 9 here for Portland. A whistle away from the basketball. And a foul on Sutton for second. First team foul, will take it out here from the sideline.
Good, and they played woman to woman. They blitzed the ball handler, and it made it really difficult for her to complete that shot. So, very good.
On the ball screens at times they
Now you got to score. You have to score. You got your stop. Now you have to score. There it is. There it is. So like you're good right now. You're good right now. You're settled. You're good. Let's go.
third quarter.
Nasty. Now Rebecca Gardner came in second place in Athletes Unlimited for MVP. So she's very confident right now. All right, got to get another stop. Got to get another stop.
Having a Brianna Stewart or a Jonquel Jones on your team, they can rebound and initiate the offense. There's Stewart off the one leg. Man, she makes everything look easy.
Yeah, they need a 3. They need a 3. I would try to get a 3 right now. Anything is good, but a 3 will really keep you within reach. I would try to go after a 3 right now.
Side.
Liberty on a 9-2 run. Hesitation. Sutton pulls up in the paint. And another rebound for Stewie. 13 points, 4 rebounds for Brianna Stewart. Van Loon.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. He should call a timeout. Good. Talk to him. That's why I said, like, they couldn't afford to do that. They couldn't afford to do that. She went in for a little 2-point shot. Shook Sutton. She should have shot that 3. She should have shot that 3, man. And, you know, they still would have been in, the lead would have been in single digits. She should have shot the 3 instead. But he allows them to make their own decisions. So his job is to do good game management. Call that timeout. New York clearly has all the momentum. They went into halftime with momentum. They have all the momentum in the third quarter. They're playing zone defense on you, limiting your penetration, and they're switching up from a 3-2 to a 3 to a 2-3 to a 1-2-2. They're switching up to a 1-3-1 with woman-to-woman principles, and it's throwing them off. It's throwing them off, right? And so that's when you got to get cuts, you got to get screens, you got to get down screens, you got to get back screens, you got to get post down screens, you got to get post back screens, you got to do Iverson screens, you have to do UCLA screens, you have to do New York screens, you have to do zipper screens, you have to do 45-degree cuts, you have to do dive cuts, you have to do 90-degree cuts, you have to do stagger screens, you have to do curls off of stagger screens, you have to do corner and 3 screens. The list goes on, and I can keep going on. And you got to do floppy screens, you have to do curl screens and curl cuts, you have to do floppy screens and flex screens, you have to do flare screens. All of these, you got to just keep going on. You got to keep going on. You got to play the passing lanes, aggressive defense, switch everything, mix it up with a little bit of zone, get out in transition. You got to throw everything at them, man.
These 2 games. Sutton in the paint, coming out of that timeout, leaves it short. Gardner feeding the post to Stewart. Corner look, they work it around to Johannes in and out. Johannes is 1 for 5. All her shots coming from 3-point territory. A 12-point advantage, largest lead of the game. Parker.
That was good defense by Julie Van Lowe. Sarah thought she was going to get fouled. You have to throw your body into Julie Van Lowe. You got to run her over, you know, because there was no way he was going to give her a charge call. You got to run her over, man. And Sarah went a little bit too finesse with that reverse. You got to run through her chest before she could set her feet, before she can establish position. I mean, Julie Van Lowe is 5'7". Sarah Ashley Barker is 6'1", close to 6'2", right? 6'1". Strong, physical. You can't allow Julie to win that. You cannot allow Julie to win that. That's crazy.
Well, keeping the paint open and not having a post that has.
And you don't want to settle. So you don't want to say, well, we beat them one time. We gave the fans their first win in all of these years. You don't want to go 1-2. You want to be up 2-1. You want your record to be 2-1. and you want to protect home, right? Let New York have their record to fall to 500. Let you be above 500 and not under 500. Don't settle.
Well, coming from Golden State as Sutton gets the mid-range to go, coming from Golden State, I mean, take note, right? Steph Curry is a huge part of that in their championship, in their culture setting, and so is Stewie. New York changed when Stewie said yes in free agency.
Gardner with a strong take. Stewart trying to poke it away. Sutton will pull up. And choke Sutton with another bucket.
Now he might want to think about, okay, so he's putting Louisa back in. I would also put Frida, and I would also think about putting in Sarah Williams, because Sarah Williams she's a better defender than Megan Gustafson because of her lateral movement. Her lateral movement, her recovery, her backpedaling is just better than Megan's, right? So Megan has to try to chase Rebecca off of the perimeter. She's just too slow for that. So you could put in Sarah Williams for that, right? Yeah, he's putting back in Niadu Pouch, which is good.
3 new subs coming in, 3 players coming out. Stewart quickly turns the corner for 2, and Brianna Stewart now up to 17 points.
They need a 3. They need a 3, y'all. A two will get you down by 12, but they need a 3.
So sooner the handoff to Carlton. A quiet night for Bridget Carlton, who's been one of the offensive centerpieces.
Nice. Original 3. 1960s 3. 1970s 3. Before they put the 3-point shot into basketball. I think it came in 1979, I believe. So the original 3-point shot. Get the and one. The original 3. There you go.
Shoot. Alex Sarama had an interesting comment. You know, she was drafted #1 overall in the expansion draft, and we asked, what did he see from her that could potentially be a scoring centerpiece? He said she was so efficient, but in Minnesota, only 10% usage with the Lynx.
And that's the system that they played in Minnesota, and rightfully so. I mean, you have Nafisa Collier on your team. Courtney Williams, the ball's going to be in their hands, but again, she is a proven, efficient player with more looks.
Nasty, man. Paint and spray. Paint and spray. Drive to the paint, collapse the defense, kick it out. And as she's successful at that, because she's been successful getting to the rim and finishing at the rim. So they're collapsing on Astier, right? Good defense.
Debut here tonight, a couple of 3-pointers.
So you got to get that back. You got to get that back. You got to get that 3-point shot back. See, the referee isn't giving her that call. Just make up for it on defense. That was a travel. That was an absolute travel. You got to call that travel. So what you want to do, that was a nasty hezzy. Nasty hang dribble hezzy. What you want to do is that you want to go into fourth quarter down by 9 points. Okay, so you can get a 2-for-1. Get a stop, score again, go into, yeah. Oh, they thought she lost it. Go into the fourth quarter down by 9 points.
Developmental player.
So Portland is gaining more confidence right now, picking up a little bit of momentum. All right, it doesn't seem like it because New York has the lead, but Portland is getting momentum, right? And he recognized that and he called a timeout. Things are getting a little bit funky. It's getting sloppy. He decided to call a timeout.
Brianna Stewart 17 points has become the game's leading scorer.
Yes, and she's doing it by working her way into the game, knocking it down from beyond the arc, but then this is her bread and butter. That turnaround fadeaway, especially in transition, and then she is active. Getting up and down the court, capitalizing off misses, and then putting the ball on the floor at 6'5", and she's just bigger and better right there. It's good defense, but better offense. Stewie has put up double-doubles. You talk about just on the defensive end, but what she does and what we know her for is winning. She's coming off
she's getting her shots on the inside, and the problem is that he doesn't want to switch to a zone defense. So you want to switch to a 2-3, you want to switch to a 1-2-2, you could switch to an X zone. An X zone is a 2-1-2. So yeah, switch to a 2-3, a 2-3, a 1-3-1, a 1-2-2, or an X zone, which is a 2-1-2. And that'll help you out. That's not what he wants to do, so she's going to keep trying to score on the inside. Like, she thought she was going to get that foul, and they gave it to her. That's cold-blooded. That's cold-blooded.
4 now to Potts.
Brianna Stewart has such a high release that you almost have to contest going forward. Yep. Looked like she got her on the arm right there, but Stewie has such a high release that you almost have to contest going forward, which sometimes leaves you susceptible to fouls.
No, you don't have to contest going forward. You have to jump vertical. You have to jump straight up vertical with your arms high, extended above your head, straight up vertical. So that's how you stop Chelsea Gray's fadeaway shot. That's how you're able to stop Breanna Stewart. You don't move forward with your arms, you jump straight up. And you also have to hand guard her, meaning put your hand in front of her face, but over her dominant eye. So whatever strong hand is hers, right hand, then you put your hand over her dominant eye, which is the right eye, if she's right-handed. If she's left-handed, you put your hand over the left eye. That's how you have to do that. But if you don't want to do that, then you have to jump vertical straight up. You don't lean forward because her elbow is sticking out, just like Asia Wilson's. And if you lean forward, you're going to hit their elbow, and they're going to call that.
Free throws here coming up.
Portland doing everything they can to crash the boards. You don't want to foul 94 feet from the basket, but their ability to get the extra effort plays is what's kept them in this game.
And you don't want to foul a player who shoots above 85% from the free throw line as well.
Yeah, so New York really stepped up this game, even though Maureen Johannes is struggling on offense, at least from the three-point line. They really stepped up, and it shows their depth. That's why I say there are 3 teams who have the best roster in the league: Chicago, Dallas, and New York. The problem with Dallas is that their head coach is blowing games, and Paige Beckers is sinking. She's melting in the fourth quarter. And that's the issue with Dallas. Dallas could be undefeated right now, but their coach hurt them, and Paige Beckers hurt them.
First 3 games, turn it over to Stewart to try to get it off. It wouldn't have been in time. Stewart has taken over the first half. She had 7 points. The third quarter alone, 11 points. And New York doubles up Portland in the quarter to stretch this lead out.
Yeah, and it's okay. Portland just got back Shug Sutton, so she has to learn how to play with these players as well and figure it out. Then they got to get back Carly Samuelson. They're still learning constraints-led approach, so once they figure that out, that will also help them out as well. But right now, they're just getting beat by a better roster, and Alex doesn't want to run enough zone. You're clearly getting beat on the inside by Stewie. Stewie can't hurt you on the perimeter. She's hurting you on the interior, right? So you should switch to a 2-3 or 1-3-1 or a 1-2-2. That's not what he wants to do. And so because he doesn't want to do that, he's getting burned by her. He's getting burned by her. And he's getting burned by Astier. He's getting burned by Rebecca Gardner attacking the rim because he doesn't want to switch to a zone defense. So we're seeing them lose this game because of stubbornness, Because if you're not willing to adjust your defense, okay, it's like, no, this is about culture. We're going to stick with this no matter what. Eventually it's going to pay off and all of these other things. It's going to teach you how to be a better on-ball defender and blah, 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 blah. Listen, no, you're supposed to try to win these games. The only reason why they're beating you right now is because they're getting downhill. They're beating you with Stewie in the paint. They're beating you with Rebecca Gardner cutting to the paint. They're beating you with Astier cutting to the paint. And then these players getting into the paint and then spraying. That's called paint and spray. So they're successful in the paint. And then you collapse it and they kick to the perimeter for wide open threes. You can stop that by running a zone defense, a 2-3 zone. But he doesn't want to do that. So we're just dealing with stubbornness, right? What did he say? Oh, I gotta bookmark that. Let's get back.
Oregon. Candace Parker, Lisa Vines, and Jamie Dyer with you. And New York Liberty have put up 70 points. 12 three-point makes, Candace, and 40% accuracy here tonight.
Yes, and they're doing it off ball movement right there. There's confusion. You put two on the ball and you move the ball in the offensive end. It causes confusion for the defense. And then they've done it in secondary. They've gotten it from a little bit of everyone. You talk about Astier 3-6. Stewie's knocked in and got in on some of the action. Benijah Laney. Van Loo with 3 big threes off the bench.
Well, 22 assists, too, on 24 field goals. We talked about it at halftime, over a 90% assist percentage, and just adding to it after that latest assisted field goal. Brianna Stewart now with 18 points, 60% from the field as Gardner gets the rebound. Astier. Johannes. And the handoff to Johannes, that quick trigger in and out. There's trouble knocking down the three-pointer here tonight. 1 for 6. A backdoor cut. What a game for Alexandra Fowler.
What a game for Fowler. Come home. Probably has a number of family and friends in the stands as Carlton knocks down a 3. Signed yesterday. Unbelievable.
How about this? Fowler once again signed a developmental player contract. Sometimes as a coach, and maybe this is what Chris DeMarco felt, you get a hunch, right? A Portland kid playing.
All right, so that was a corner pin, right? So she set the down screen on the baseline and freed up the shooter at the corner. That was a good call. Nice decision. All right, good. She missed that one. Y'all got bailed out on that one.
Finish. Carlton sees a seam, draws the foul against Fowler. That's her 4th.
So Haley Jones is looking terrible on defense, y'all. She's getting outplayed by Fowler. I mean, Fowler has signed a freaking developmental contract, and she's outplaying Haley Jones, who was a top 5 pick. So crazy. She looks better than anyone we've seen on the Indiana Fever roster, Fowler, which is wild, right?
Played 4 years at the University of Portland. Stewart getting wrapped up by a couple of fire defenders.
The good thing is that you're still under 20, right? So you're only down by 20. So it's 8 minutes left. I mean, I'm talking about you're only down by 20. My bad. The lead is 17, which is great. Like, that's what you want. So get the rebound. Get the rebound. What are you doing? Okay? Get the rebound. That's a foul. That's a foul. So you want to try to get them into the penalty, get you in a bonus before the 5-minute mark. All right, you got to start making your shots. You got to start getting to the free throw line, and you need to start playing some zone defense. That's what you have to do. That was stupid. That was just dumb. That was dumb. Like, at some point, you have to play more poise, more structure. Yeah, like, she's just cooking Haley. And you got to recognize that, get Haley out of there and put in Sarah Ashley Barker. So we're seeing Alex with poor game management, poor substitution. That's all a part of game management, right? Poor minute allocation. Him not making adjustments, right, in terms of the X's and O's. We're also not seeing that because he doesn't want to call plays unless it's an end of the quarter or something just crucial. That's the only time he wants to do that. And so it's sloppy right now. Like, in his mind, it doesn't matter right now because it's a teachable moment. They're still learning the system and playing with each other, and that they can afford to lose some of these early games. I disagree. Anytime you got people paying a bunch of money to come watch you play, right, you should try to win this game. You should try to win this game.
There for Jones. The WNBA sees a backdoor.
Right, and that's the problem, and that doesn't happen if she doesn't do that 45-degree cut. That does not happen if you're playing zone. He doesn't want to play zone defense. Right? And so he comes over from the NBA. Now, what's unique to him is CLA, but you have to make adjustments. You can't be stubborn. You have to play zone defense right now if you're serious about winning the game.
Gustafson showing flashes of her Iowa City days. But first, it's the Liberty, that French connection. Candace, wee. And Megan Gustafson flexing like her days back as a Hawkeye.
One day, a tiny little hand reached out and wrapped around your finger. Now, they have you wrapped around theirs. Pulled towards a new adventure, reassured with a squeeze. Soon, those little hands won't be so little anymore. Until then, let's escape together, hand in hand, on a Disney cruise.
At Ollie, we wish this was how each night ended for you. In reality, we know the mental load is heavy, and we believe you shouldn't have to work so hard after working so hard. We've got a better idea. What if you could let it all go, just for a second, and put yourself first? Go unwind. We've got this. Ollie supports the whole you, even the sides you don't show.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Players have their bag, but fans, you've got one too. Sometimes it's about showing up. Others, it's showing out. Snacks, chargers, essentials, whatever you need to stay in it, delivered at the speed of the game. DoorDash keeps you in your bag all season long.
The WNBA is on Prime. Thursday night, it's a new chapter.
Falcons, Liberty, followed by Sparks, Mercury.
Welcome to the party.
Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. It's on Prime.
This copyrighted telecast of WNBA Enterprises may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise used in any form without the express written consent of WNBA Enterprises.
Here's Player Game presented by FanDuel. Brianna Stewart leading the way with her 20 points, the game's high score. But right behind her is her rookie, Pauline Astier. Almost 20 points, the two combining for almost 40 points here tonight. The best place for all the live WNBA action is on FanDuel. Download the app and play your game. Pauline Astier, in the absence of Sabrina Ionescu, she had some choices. There were definitely some franchises interested in her, reportedly Connecticut, Indiana, Minnesota, Washington. And she was drawn to New York as a championship contender, playing with the likes of Sabrina and Brianna Stewart. And thought that her chances of winning a championship and the fit. Loves New York City too, by the way, so that helps.
That's definitely a plus. Free agency is New York City.
The handoff to Johannes, and the two of them had just recently explored Times Square. She hadn't been there before. Astier, she loves it. 6 seconds as she tries. Right side, can't get it. Sun pulls up in the lane, and Astier with a foul. This Liberty team started out slow. Let's not forget, first quarter, they only put up 14 points. Again, look at their shooting percentages, Candace, and they shot 50, 40, 90 from field goal, three-point, and free throw on Tuesday, and they're almost at those percentages again here tonight.
And the key to the game is consistency, right? Sometimes you have to work your way into this game. Brianna Stewart is a huge example of that. Didn't start off hunting or forcing shots, allowed the game to come to her, and she's done what she did, which unlocked others.
Stewart almost right at her average, averaging about 23 coming into tonight. Lady Hamilton, yet another three-pointer. 13 of them for the Liberty.
Portland trying to speed the game up, but when you put two on the ball, the Liberty have gotten comfortable finding the open player.
Carlton sinks a three-pointer. Her second of the night, and she's back up to double figures.
All right, yeah, I also wanted to say that Prime also made that graphic, that art you're seeing as the cover photo. I just made sure I put my name on it, my acronym on it. But yeah, Prime Video actually made that, so I want to give much love to Prime Video for that. I thought it was amazing. I wanted to share it, but also got to make sure I put my acronym on it, just in case people want to screenshot it. They know who put that out there. So let's go.
Pass her out to handle. Carlton comes up with it. Gustafson for three. Her first miss. She's worked on that part of her game.
No, don't say it like she just started doing that. Gustafson has been dependable from the three-point line for at least 4 years now. So, don't sell her short. Like, she's worked on that part of her game, like she just starting to figure it out. No, she's gotten really good at it the last 2 years, but she's been dependable really for 4 years now. The last 2 years, she's gotten much better at it. So it's how you say it. When you say it like that, it'll make people think she's just starting to kind of figure it out.
Carlton checks her feet, fires, can't hit. The ball finds Gustafson, and she'll go back to the free throw line.
So you got 5 minutes to figure this thing out. You're down 19. So you got 5 minutes to figure it out. It's going to require some transition. It's going to require some threes. It's going to require some free throw line activity.
6 NFL schedule is now out. Thursday night football kicks off on September 17th. Candace is nodding her head yes. Detroit Lions, Buffalo Bills. For full prime video schedule, visit Amazon.com/TNF. Big football fan, huh?
Oh, I am a big Chicago Bears fan. I cannot wait.
Oh, you must have been happy after last night.
Yes, we are going to build off of last year.
And a reach-in foul. 2 shots now coming.
See, the problem is that you should have been playing that way the entire second half, right? So, you know, he waited to play that way, right now, okay, instead of playing that way the entire second half. But that's CLA on defense. CLA on defense, you have to play this way for an entire game. He doesn't want to do it just yet because the conditioning isn't there for the players, and I understand that. But that's sort of like Kim Caldwell at Tennessee. She plays 94 feet in terms of pressure in your face, and it forces you into mistakes, and they get easy shots in transition. And that's sort of what it is. So, but she does that for 40 minutes. Now, she got away from it last season, but she normally would do that for 40 minutes. You have to play that way for 40 minutes. He's not doing that because the team isn't in that type of shape just yet. But at some point, that's got to be it. Like this is CLA. This is CLA defense for 40 minutes, or the NBA 48 minutes. Like that's what it is. She thought she was going to get that foul. All right, you need to counter that with a 3. All right, there it is. He should have let that count. He should have gave her continuation. See, like now they're playing the way they should have been playing the entire third quarter, right? So we're starting to see families leave. They know the game is over with pretty much, unless they start making some killer threes while getting multiple stops. But you have to play that way the entire second half. Why are you waiting until you're in desperation mode? You're supposed to play desperate on defense for 40 minutes.
I think it's a huge advantage for Portland to have her as a coach on their staff, but also someone that's able to work with their post players. It's interesting to see Angsler come in and Gustafson come in, and you see a little bit of the ceiling. I mean, like Big Sil, because there was nobody that ducked across the lane like Sylvia Fowles.
I love seeing some of the legends in the game now getting back to the game and becoming coaches. They said with the new collective bargaining agreement, you'll see a former player on every single
that was under the old collective bargaining agreement. That was not the new one. They set that rule under the old collective bargaining agreement. But Rebecca Gardner is so comfortable because of what she did in Athletes Unlimited. So comfortable.
Rebound, make it 7 on the night.
Well, we're seeing an uptick in scoring in the WNBA as a result of pace, space, individual play of court.
Well, not necessarily. You're seeing an uptick in scoring in the You're seeing more scoring so far this season because of the foul calls. They're getting to the free throw line more. That's why you're seeing that. You're also seeing some more scoring because of the dilution of talent when you add an extra roster spot. When you have to keep a mandatory 12 and you expand it to 15 teams, that's gonna cause dilution in talent. So there's women on these rosters who normally wouldn't have been on the WNBA roster, and they really shouldn't even be in the WNBA right now. But you have to fill out these roster spots, right? So you have less talent, plus some of these teams didn't keep good talent. They waived the talent because of roster politics and contract politics and player bias, right? So that's why when you have product degradation and talent dilution because of expansion, and there's a mandate, it's compulsory for these officials to blow the whistles left and right. That's why the scoring is up. So Candace, you have to tell the whole truth about it all. Talent dilution, product degradation, fouls. There are more fouls than ever before, and that's why the scoring is up. Last season, the WNBA averaged around 82 to 85 points per game. But they've done that before, years past. That's not anything new to the WNBA, right? So she's saying an uptick in scoring. No, the uptick is because of talent dilution, product degradation, and you're getting to the free throw line. That's what that is. So, but it's really talent dilution and getting to the free throw line more. So I can show you real quick. Damn, baby, what are we doing? Come on. All right. I'll get back to the game. I just want to get this out. Man, I need you to be faster than this because Gemini would have been just like that. Right. So 81 to 82. So last year, right. So what is she talking about? An uptick in scoring. 2025, it was 81.7. 2024, 81.7. It's actually gotten worse. 2023, 82.7. 2022, 82.3. And then in 2021, it was 80.7. So there hasn't been an uptick from last season, which is what she was saying. Now, this season, you're seeing more. Why? Because of fouls, because of the ticky-tack stuff, and because of talent dilution. So that means the superstars, talented players will score more points because you have women on your roster, on these rosters, who have no business in this league because of expansion and increased roster size. Okay? Plus, you're getting in these coaches coming from the NBA with these sloppy systems. So, like, that's what it is. So, like, you just because you played in the WNBA and you're a Hall of Famer doesn't mean you really know basketball like that. It doesn't mean that you study. It doesn't mean that you're just telling the truth, right? So that's why I have to clear these things up. Let's get back to the game. I mean, you could play in the league and be a Hall of Famer. You know basketball, but that doesn't mean that you know basketball better than me or better than some other people who really study basketball, right? You played the game. You're a Hall of Famer, but that doesn't mean that you really know it better than me or other people who truly study basketball. And it doesn't mean that you're telling the truth or that you're not withholding context, which is what she was doing. She's just saying things. She's saying things, and listeners are believing her because her name is Candace Parker.
Fighting for it. It'll be Portland basketball. Some important pieces just not participating here in this game. We talked about Carla Lake, who, we weren't sure if she would be playing, but she was scratched with an ankle injury. Super significant for Portland not to have their point guard. She averages 19.5, along with Bridget Carlton as the two leading scorers. And then just a handful of players. We've talked about Ionescu on the Liberty side, but Satu Sabari listed as day-to-day.
Nice. And what you saw was a 3-2 matchup zone defense with woman-to-woman principles. Anytime you see a zone defense where you have one of the perimeter players or even an interior player chasing, that's woman-to-woman principles. So it's sort of a hybrid zone, and that's what you saw. So you saw Julie Van Lowe guarding woman-to-woman chasing, and everyone else, they were in zone. So it was a hybrid 3-2 matchup zone.
can you do with that? Julie Van
Yeah, that's
Leeuwen
bad. That's bad.
trying to find Johannes.
That's good defense. So Sarah Ashley Barker is looking like she should have gotten traded, looking like she shouldn't have been kept by LA, and that's the problem. You can't look like that. You have to look like you belong in this league. Yeah, she scored the winning basket last game, and that was beautiful because of what happened to one of her close friends. So it was like God was looking out for her. But so this is 2 games in a row where Sarah has not looked good. All right. And she's not been making good decisions with her shot IQ, with these passes. You see that? So she doesn't even look like a first round pick. She looked like someone who should have gotten waived. She looked like someone who should have been protected in the expansion draft. She looks like someone who really should be on a developmental contract. That's how she's playing.
Last year, they moved the ball, especially with so many different.
The defense. The best player we're seeing is Niadu Pouch. Right? Haley Jones is not playing like a top 5 pick. Right? And that's not what you're seeing. Get her out of the game. Get her out of, what was that? She got hit in the gut. Get her out of the game. Now, he's a first-time head coach. He's learning too. The problem is that, like I said, this game would be more competitive if he just switched to his own defense and if he decided to just call a few more plays. And he didn't want to do that. So because he didn't want to make some ATOs, call timeouts, and do a little bit more ATOs, and he didn't want to switch up to his own defense, you end up losing this game, right? And that's a problem.
Black Ops team designed for psychological warfare, assassinations. Let's shut it down. Starling has been wrecked.
Yeah. So I said 82 to 85 last season. It was actually close to 82. It was 81. So like I told y'all, since Caitlin and Angel Reese got into this league, the league's field goal percentage is the worst in league history. 3-point percentage is the worst for 2 years in a row. Okay, so as you can see, some of the worst league field goal percentage and 3-point percentage. Haley Jones flopped. 3-point percentage in WNBA history. These past 2 seasons. All right, we'll get back to the game. Hold up. See, I told y'all, yes, the 2024-2025 seasons featured some of the lower league-wide shooting percentages in recent WNBA history, particularly for field goal percentage, though they aren't the absolute worst across all 29 seasons. 2025, 43.9%, 3-point, 33.8. 2024, 43.8% field goal, 33% again. Right? And so lowest field goal percentage was 2001, 2003, 1997, 2019, 2013, and 2008, 2007. 2024-2025 field goal percentage sits below most post-2020 seasons and aligns closer to mid-2000s or 2010 dips. 3-point percentage has been relatively stable in the low to mid 33% range for decades. 2024-2025 matches several prior years, 2019, 2017, 2008, and isn't a historic low. Some early seasons dipped into the 31-32% range with far fewer attempts. Overall, league averages across all seasons, shooting efficiency has fluctuated with style. And so, like, that's what that is. So field goal percentage, some of the worst in league history, and 3-point percentage. Now, what I like to do is I want to copy this. This game is over with. If y'all want to see Sarah Williams, here, I'll show you her. She's at the free throw line. He waited too late to put her in a game. She's a much better defender than Megan Gustafson and Louisa, especially on the perimeter. She's not a better offensive player, but she's a better defensive player. And if he were going to play man-to-man, woman-to-woman defense, switch everything, she should have been in the game. So they're losing this game. Doesn't matter. So let me go to Gemini. While that's loading up, we can come back here. So sometimes Grok isn't as accurate. So this is why you have to go to other sources, okay? So let's go. Let's present this to Gemini. The league in 2024, the league saw a significant drop in efficiency early in the season, largely due to high volume shooters struggling. Okay. In 2025, the season was marked by unprecedented injury crises with over 250 reported injuries. Notable low efficiency performances. No, I'm not dealing with player, dog. I'm talking about league. I'm talking about league. The league percentages. Yeah, this game is over. Oh, good block. Good block by Sarah. Nasty block by Sarah. You should have had her in the game. You should have had her in the game if you knew you weren't going to play zone defense. Right. So it's a valid observation. While the league is seeing more stars than ever, the 2024-2025 seasons have indeed flirted with some of the lower efficiency marks in modern WNBA history. Okay. Yeah, so look at 2025, 43%, and 2024, 44%. And that's down in 2023, pre-Caitlin. And even in 2022, it was better. 3-point percentage. Do y'all see that? So you see how Grok be lying? That's why I said, man, look, listen, y'all. I know what I'm talking about. That's why you got to study and research. You can't just go to one source. So you see in 2025, 33% league 3-point percentage. That dropped from 2024 from 33.8. That dropped a whole percentage from 2023 pre-Caitlin Clark, which was 34.8. And then it was essentially 34.8 in 2022. Okay. So do y'all see even the free throws are getting worse. Even the free throws are getting worse. Right? So New York won 182. Right? So they split the series 1 game apiece early on. Do y'all see this? So let's take a screenshot of this. So I told you guys this. So ever since Caitlin and Angel Reese and these other women got into this league in 2024, we've experienced the worst field goal percentage and 3-point percentage in modern WNBA history, you guys. Okay? And it's only going to get worse. Now, scoring will go up because of the free throws, because of all of these fouls, right? So the game is getting worse now that you're adding this NBA's brand of basketball and the talent is being diluted. You're dealing with product degradation, and it's only getting worse. It's only getting worse. So I told you guys this. The product is getting worse in the WNBA, and it started as soon as Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese got into this league, and when the WNBA adopted that freaking NBA brand.
Century is like to build the walls in defense and after run the floor. And tonight it was really better. We were much more aggressive in defense, and after we find reserve in offense. So yeah, that's how we want to play.
The French connection was clear for everyone to see. The smile tells me exactly who you know I'm talking about. The connection between you and Marine seems to be, on the international stage, excellent. Now on the WNBA floor, even better. Talk about why that relationship is so important to you.
I think we like to play like together because we like know what we're gonna do. Like I know I can pass the ball to her every time. Like it's just like we like to play together, so it's easy when we play together.
And Pauline, I want to give you a little bit of history. You're the first rookie in terms of a Liberty shirt to turn around and have 60 points over a 3-game span since 1997. The smile tells me in terms of what that means to you overall, but what does it talk about the hot start you've had in this New York jersey?
I'm just like so happy to be with this team. Like I feeling really good in this team, and it's just like yeah, we have one goal, it's to win, and we just like start like this.
Like this, I like that. French connection is all nice and smooth. I love it, Pauline. Congratulations on tonight.
All right, yeah, the Liberty improving to 3-1 here on the season. 100-82 is the final. Well, we hope you enjoyed our debut night, the WNBA on Prime. Candace Parker, JD Dyer, the rest of our crew, our producer Bettina Shore, Travis LaFile, our director, I'm Lisa Byington saying good night. You've been watching the WNBA on Prime. Coming up next, it's WNBA Nightcap and a conversation with Brianna Stewart presented by Ford. Allie, Cynthia, and Swin coming up.
All right, so they're doing what the NFL does on Prime with these nightcaps, which is great. Yeah, Prime is murdering ESPN, murdering ABC. Goodness. Yeah, so let's get back to it, and then we'll watch the Prime show. So I told you guys. Didn't I tell y'all? I mean, listen, I called this out in 2025. I called this out and I made a video about it, and I told y'all, I said, we're witnessing, I said this before the season began because I saw the numbers from 2024 that it was the worst in like WNBA history. And so I called it out before the season began in 2025. And then I told you what would happen in the future because of rapid expansion. This would happen, and they're bringing in this NBA stuff. Okay, and so this is what you're witnessing. So 2 years in a row, we've had the worst field goal percentage in league history, in recent memory, and the worst 3-point percentage in modern league history. Okay, right? And so, and remember I told you the free throw percentages was bad, the turnovers are up. Basketball has gotten worse ever since Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese got into this league. The WNBA has gotten worse. Fouls are up, turnovers are up, free throw percentages are down, 3-point percentages are down, field goal percentages are down. Now you're adding more teams, more roster spots, so that causes talent dilution. You're bringing in this NBA brand of basketball with weak talent and coaches who aren't really good, right? And so now we're getting product degradation, ticky-tack calls now, so you can drive up the scoring and help your superstars score more points. So that's really inflation. All of these, this is bad basketball. So this will be 3 years straight where you have bad basketball, but the numbers will be inflated because of the free throw line. Cold-blooded. All right, let's go.
Showed up finally.
Hey, they showed up, and guess who showed up for us? It's
Yeah,
her. There she
Brianna.
goes. It's the woman of the night.
Brianna
Stewart, of course. What'd you say, Brianna?
I said I heard that.
That means our mics are hot. Brianna, I want to start with you, obviously. Thanks so much for joining us on this very first edition of WNBA Nightcap. You took on the accountability, the responsibility after that loss to the Fire on Tuesday. You said you have to make sure that your team is ready. What'd you like? Maybe a bit of a slow start. I don't know about you, but 14 points in the first quarter. That means you guys scored 86 over the final 3. No big deal. What'd you like about the response and the way you guys closed out?
I mean, we have a veteran group, so I think that, knowing that we didn't play the way we wanted to on Tuesday, they got their first win. They were really, really hype. We remembered that and knew we had another one coming on Thursday. So bounce back and little things that we can get better at. It's early, so we're not overthinking it too much, but we have to have a strong start to finish.
Yeah, I agree. You have to have a strong start to finish. And so we won't talk about the first quarter. But we'll get to. Can we talk about the dynamics that you have to go through with playing right now with players that might not be starters come time when Sabrina gets back or when Satu gets back, and so they're playing a different role now versus when you guys get your stars back.
Absolutely, I think that the starters that we have now, they're just being confident. Hopefully they're gonna continue to carry that confidence as we add more players back and back and back. I mean, shout out to Alex Fowler. We just signed her as a DP. She was in Vancouver yesterday. But knowing that everyone on the court is capable of making an impact, and that'll continue to carry over as we get the rest of our players back.
Stu, it's easy for people to say, hey, look, they have injuries right now. They can make excuses. You've consistently said the goal for this year is to get a championship. And as you don't have kind of your full arsenal right now, how does your leadership show up and keep the main thing, game after game with different rotations, picking up players? How do you keep everybody in that locker room focused?
That's really it. No excuses, knowing that everyone here has an impact and has a value, and they're on this team for a reason. And we're not thinking about, who we're missing. We're just thinking about who we have right now. And we'd rather go through these struggles, these bumps in the road early than, later in the season like last season.
Stu, before we let you go, I want to wrap up on just kind of a big picture perspective. We heard you talk with JD Dyer on the Walk and Talk, and we know how proud you are of the league and the offseason that you had. Obviously, Portland, one of 2 expansion teams. And so just from an atmosphere, the fans, it's been since 2002 since Portland has had a WNBA team. What was it like?
The atmosphere was electric, I think, really from start to finish. The cool thing about it is that the fans are locked in on every single play. So even though the score at the end wasn't close, they were still cheering for their team, having their back, and I think that not having this team be here since 2002, obviously Portland missed it, and we appreciated our time here, and now we'll compare it to Toronto when we go there.
Awesome.
Love it.
Great job today.
Yes, get back to the babies, Stu.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stu. We appreciate you. As always, we got to talk about the Liberty, obviously, coming off that big win there. As I mentioned, 14 points in the first quarter. You got 86 over the final 3. Coop, you had strong expectations. You had strong expectations for this team. What did they show you?
Well, they showed me that they're championship quality caliber team, even though they don't have their stars. I think it's important to note they have 32 assists. 32 assists. So they start playing together. They start moving the ball. They start getting the ball to their stars and running their offense through their corner pieces. And I think that's what relaxed everybody, let them get into a rhythm, and they start playing Liberty basketball.
And you think about Candace, what she talked about with Stewie. And during the game, she has championship pedigree. And when it was time to, whether it's get a bucket, whether it was time to be inside or make a play, she was leading. And the way that she goes is the way that this team's gonna go. And so that's why I asked her the question, because the more you say it, the more you establish exactly who you are, that forces accountability across the board. Because if your leader's saying, this is the goal, we're gonna keep the main thing, and everybody has a role to play in this, that goes a long way. And you could see it in her leadership, and she understands what's on the line for them this year. You change the coach, right? You bring in a free agent, big time free agent. And so the expectation has to be at that next level. And I think, to her point, when she talked about going through these ups and downs, we rather go through them now so we're prepared at the end. And I love that mentality.
And I'll just add, you have to make sure right now when you have players playing in different roles, that they understand the need now. And when you have your players, your stars come back and that they understand the new role, but they're still empowered. You still have to empower them because when they come off the bench, when they're in the game, we're still counting on you to play with this level of intensity, this level of focus, and help us win, not games, a championship.
Before we get to Portland, I do want to just touch on this part because there's obviously a shared responsibility, especially when it comes to winning championships. And you guys know that from the coaches down to the players. But we were talking about this, but what is kind of the balance when you do have a new head coach in Chris DeMarco and his role in all of this, knowing that you do still have healthy MVPs, champions on your roster that are available right now?
I think the biggest thing is that you stay in the present because it's very heavy, the weight. And I played and been in that New York market. There is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of eyeballs on you all the time. But the thing I can say about this staff is they're going to have every single resource to put them in the best position at the end. And if you maximize those resources from the player development, from the health, the medical, if you maximize all those things, by the end, you're going to have your team in a good position. And what I love about some of these players right now, we look at Paulina Astia.
Yep.
Yes. 20 points. You don't even know how many minutes she's really gonna get or how many shots she's gonna get when Sabrina comes back and the other players come back. But this is a confidence builder for her today.
Yeah.
You know that, Coop.
I was gonna say, you built champions, right? If this is the phase, this is the beginning of the season, your stars are out. Well, let's build champions. Let's put other players in positions to help us. It's gonna create a high level of confidence for them, and then we're going to be able to utilize that when the road gets tough.
And it's easier to hit some shots and be playing with Stewie and have those minutes down. And you may go to the bench. There may be some games you don't get as many minutes, but you always have that muscle memory in your head. I played in this game. I understand that I can be valuable to this team. So it's just chipping away at it, building it brick by brick, and you see that some of these players are going to have the opportunity. It's up to them to now maximize it.
Speaking of the flip side to this matchup, obviously in confidence, you had Portland with that game winner, Sarah Ashley Barker, the other night. You look at a night like tonight, obviously a new coach as well, everyone just trying to get their footing, culture, it all playing a part. Swin, I'll come to you because you talked about the grit, the fight, the scrappiness. CP3 just talked about it. At the end of the day, the score may not be what you want it to be for Portland, but they were scrapping, they were fighting to the very end.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to create an identity. And the identity is not going to come from the X's and O's and what you're talking about. You understand coming into every game, the talent is going to be different. You may be outmanned and out-talent in different positions, but you always can bring a dog to a fight. You always can bring a dog to a fight.
As a matter of fact, you should. you should.
I know after this show who my dog is.
That's right. You always got to. Because at the end of the day, you never know that you're going to have ebbs and flows, not just during the game, but during the season. And so you have to continue to fight. You have to know who you're going to go to when that fight gets tough.
And I think about this too, the business side of it. We're talking about how electric it is in there. You gotta give them something to cheer about. And they're cheering the whole game. It's like palpitating. You could feel it. As you're watching the game, and they kept playing and they kept staying and cheering.
It's like 49, 46 seconds left. They're blocking shots, getting steals, going full court layup. I mean, they're still feeding their fans great basketball, great energy, being positive, understanding that there's a lot that they have to grow, where they have to grow, but they're still in it to win it. They're not just participants.
Love that. This is what we're going to continue to do to our viewers. We're heading to break now. Coming up after the break, it came down to the wire between the Wings and the Lynx. The first game of our doubleheader, it's WNBA Nightcap on Prime.
Ooh, that was a good one. That was a good one.
We got a lot to talk about here.
Yeah.
So Nightcap.
WNBA Nightcap is brought to you by Ford. Ready, set, Ford.
Yeah, man, they are murdering ESPN right now. Let me see. Paige Becker said that the team won't panic or doesn't want to panic, but they also have to hold themselves accountable. Yeah, Paige, you got to stop melting. You have to stop melting. There's 3 straight games where she melted in the fourth quarter. She was completely missing, essentially, against Atlanta. But if you look at her in the fourth quarter with Indiana, sloppy, mistakes, scared of the big moment, totally melted. When you look at her, but they end up winning that game. When you look at her today, or now it's a new day, but yesterday, this past game, melted in the fourth quarter. Melted. Especially when it mattered the most. So, yeah, that's crazy. He says there's selfish. Let me read this. He says there's selfishness in the locker room. Don't get upset if you think that you should have played more or you didn't get the shots that you think you should have gotten. Really good teams, they don't give a bleep about that. Well, no. This isn't college. So in college, you can get away with saying that. In a WNBA, you can't, because these women are playing for contracts. Okay, they're playing for incentives, bonuses. They need minutes so they can be seen by other teams. Okay, just in case a trade happens or they get waived or anything like that. So this isn't college. You can't treat them like it's college. So you have to give some of these women minutes. You have to give Lee Yuru minutes. You have to give Maddie Siegrist more minutes. These women have to get more minutes. Okay, so he thinks this is college, and it's not college. It's not college, man. All right, let's get back to it.
Her teammates involved. I mean, she was just fantastic.
And here comes AZ Fudd.
Yes.
That was a nice move right there. We love the crossover, but the vision of Olivia Miles, she has the ability to get downhill. And once she has you on her backside, and she's snaking you downhill, it's impossible. It's impossible to get in front of her.
Such a veteran move, though. I mean, nice shot by Odyssey Sims. She's celebrating, but it made for a long game after that.
Here we are, fourth quarter, wings up 2, Beckers on the perimeter. Shooters touch. She finished with 27 and 8.
And we saw a lot of this.
Yeah.
From Miles to Howard, we saw a lot of that throughout the game.
Howard.
And they were working that 2-man game for sure.
There you see the Lynx get the win on the road, 90-86. Natasha Howard led all with 26, 4 and 5. She led to the Lynx. Paige Beckers led all with 27, 8 and 3. Maddie Siegrist off the bench. She had 17, all those coming in the first half. But what a night it was for the Minnesota Lynx. Our Kayla Gray caught up with Olivia Miles after the victory.
Olivia says my heart, because 3 straight games where these games came down close. What did you learn about your group, specifically tonight?
Man, we're resilient and we play for each other. Didn't play our best basketball in the first half. We stick together, we don't lose faith. Coach stays on us, she's an amazing coach. Puts us in position to be successful. We got it done.
What was said in that locker room heading into the second half where you guys found life, and what did that look like on the floor?
We just got to compete and got to get back to us. We knew that we weren't playing our basketball, Lynx basketball, both offense and defense, so we just had to get back to us.
Congratulations, Olivia.
Thank you so much.
So, of course, the Minnesota Lynx, Coop, I'll start with you. They improved to 2-1 on this season, but they had to earn this one. They trailed even going into the fourth.
As they should, Ali. I will say they came into the second half, and I know what they said at halftime. Play some defense. Play some defense. And let us get up and down the court and not just play half-court basketball. Let us open the lanes, not just for penetration, but for cuts, for pick and rolls. That's our style of play. That's what makes us great. Let's do that.
Listen, and if they...
And I have to say this real quick. You're looking at those numbers from Paige Beckers, but she shrunk when the moments mattered the most in the fourth quarter. So this is what I mean by incomplete stats. The stats that don't tell the whole story. Tell stats with context, okay? Inflated numbers. When the game mattered the most in the fourth quarter, Paige Beckers went missing. This is now 3 straight games she's done that. Period.
However, there was some things that happened after the game. We're going to head back out to Dallas. Wings head coach Jose Fernandez with some thoughts after the team loss.
It's real talk and it's accountability. That's what I told him. I go, there's selfishness in this locker room. There is. And you gotta You got to look in the mirror and be accountable on how you played. And don't get upset if you think that you should have played more, or you didn't play enough, or you didn't get the shots that you think you should have gotten. Really good teams, they don't give a shit about that. You know what they give a shit about? They give a shit about winning. Because that's what matters.
Egoisti. Noi stiamo parlando di che una squadra è egoisti? No, non è vero. Perché loro hanno avuto 11 assists nella prima quarto. I want to say they had 11 assists in the first.
Italian, baby.
I'm going to be selfish. 11 on 12 baskets, 22 for the game. I believe at some point Dallas lost control of the game. And because they lost control of the game, they looked for ways out of it. But they're too young of a team to figure it out all the way, especially by themselves.
I'm gonna say this. Let me take this approach real quick because I think it's important. I want to put my front office hat on for a second. I think that conversation, and we know the coaches get just as emotional as players. That's something you keep in the locker room.
That's right.
Because now, by you making those comments, you now have players that are going to have to answer to that because now they're going to start asking them questions.
That's right.
And when you use the word like selfish, that's a strong word for me. Did you tell them how they were being selfish? Were they not sharing? Were they? Even in the locker, he said it in public, but in the locker room, were they selfish, not playing hard? Were they selfish with the offense, defensively, not doing the play calls? You have to elaborate on that because when you just leave it hanging over there with selfish, I don't personally like it. I think from a front office standpoint, if I'm sitting there in Dallas, I want to have a conversation with the coach and let him know. Game 1, we won by 3. Game 2, we only lost by 5. We're right there in it. We lost today by 4. You're 1-2 at the start of the season.
Yeah.
You have to also understand how you are going to lead. Because leadership doesn't just start with the players that's in that locker room. They're going to follow your lead. And so when you talk about accountability, it's accountability to understanding the team that you have and the season that's ahead. And so the reason why I also didn't like it is because there were things that we could sit up here and talk about that we didn't like with the coach, right? Or what some of the plays they were calling or whatever. But we also said back in that green room, it's still early in the season. There's still time.
Early in the season.
I don't know if that's a conversation right now. Like I said, we know coaches get emotional. From a front office standpoint, sometimes we don't like talking to coaches after the game. We want to sleep on it and talk to you the next day. I wish he would have slept on it and said whatever he needed to say the next day in the press conference, because now you put a target on your players' back, and now they're going to try to start figuring out, well, who's selfish in the locker room?
Right.
So for a young team and all these number 1 picks, Coop, I don't like it.
No, and I will tell you, accountability is an entire pie. It's not a piece of the pie.
Yep.
So everyone needs to be accountable. Everyone needs to look in the mirror. So you can't say, hey, we have a selfish team. There were some selfish, but no. Accountability is for everyone. Everyone, staff, players, let's be accountable.
And this little caveat right here. We all make mistakes. We all say things. Tomorrow, I hope he has a different approach to his team whenever he gathers them together. Because if I'm sitting in that locker room and you said that, you and I need to talk, coach. Because if I'm a leader on the team, if I'm Paige, if I'm Enrique, let's go sit down and have a conversation, because I need you to express a little bit more. Who are you talking about?
Or define roles.
It shouldn't be the whole team, because as a player, I wanted to know if I'm selfish, I'm not doing something. Accountability means transparency directly to me.
Yeah.
If you say a whole team, you've put it on everybody in the locker room. If you want to be really accountable, let's come on up here. Because he made some comments. Let me go back to my notes. We're a little selfish if you don't get shots. Well, I'm not trying to point any fingers to anybody, but there's only a couple players who didn't get their normal shots. We talked about certain body language. Now, if we're in the press and the media, now we're going down a rabbit hole. Ooh, is it this player? Is it that player? Too young of a team to do that to them. Too young of a team.
How many games are there on the season?
Oh, girl, 1, 2, 3. They're 1 and 2.
1, 2, 3.
Tre in italiano.
As we always say, the best leaders are the ones who not only lead, but are willing to be led. And the one thing that we do know is that games are going to continue to come. So we'll see how the Dallas Wings will respond. Great conversation by the both of you. Coming up next, we're asking the Hall of Famers to make their predictions. Who's going to win the MVP? That and other picks here on WNBA.
Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all about him? Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? Right? So he messed up the last game against Atlanta. That loss is on him, and that loss is on Paige Beckers because she was missing in action. And that's one of the things about Paige. She doesn't often put together back-to-back efficient games. Okay. And it takes a coach like Gino to really get on her. Jose is like Gino, but not during the game. Gino's face will turn red and he's cussing these players out. That's not Jose. Jose is going to do it in a locker room. He's going to do it at practice, right? But he's just like Gino, except he doesn't cuss you out during the game. Paige needs that. Paige needs that. But this is the professional level, and you got to do things a little bit differently. So, no, you can't talk about they're selfish when players are upset that they're not getting minutes. Okay, because these players are playing for contracts. They're playing for bonuses. They're trying to look good for other teams just in case there's a trade or they get cut. There's all sorts of reasons. So you have to balance out the minutes. There needs to be buy-in and sacrifice. Okay, but you also have to find another way to communicate. You're dealing with a grown adult women who are now professionals making 6 or 7 figures. You also have to understand that these women want to do greater things in their career. And in order to do that, that requires minutes as well, right? And this isn't college where you get to treat them like it's college. In college, you can say that. And the only thing a young woman can do in college, if she doesn't like it, is jump into the portal. There is no portal for these women. Now, these women can go to the front office and request a trade, right? But that may or may not happen. So you have to be considerate. You have to be considerate. Some of these women want to do big things in their careers. Some of these women, they're going to need some minutes in order to do that. They're going to need some extra attempts in order to do that. And that's not what we're seeing. So is there some form of selfishness? Probably. Just like Swin Cass said, and she's nothing but a dark-skinned Skylar Diggins. They're just like Swin Cass said. Are you talking about selfish on defense, selfish on offense, selfish in the 50-50 game, selfish with communication, selfish facilitating, looking off teammates, trying to get your own? You need to specify, okay? And that's the reality of it. But what I like is that they highlighted that this dude was making mistakes. And it's 2 games in a row he made mistakes with game management. 2 games in a row. All right, let's get back.
Minnesota's win over Dallas, despite the 4-point loss. That was fun while it lasted. All right, welcome back into WNBA Nightcap. We are going to do some season predictions. Are you ready?
No, but yeah.
You have no choice. If I was passing you the rock, are you ready?
Yes.
That's what we're doing. I want your rookie
all
of the year.
day long, all day, all night. Yes.
I want your rookie of the year.
My rookie of the year, I've got to go with Olivia Miles. I mean, we're only 3 games or so into this season, but I've got to go with Olivia because guess what? She has shown leadership, scoring, and ability to make players around her better.
Now, was that prediction supposed to be before we started or right now?
I wasn't going to throw her under the bus with that.
Y'all was going to throw me under the bus? Who did I say before?
No, we didn't say anybody. Because when we came into this, what I'm saying is, when we came into the season, I was like, I thought Flage. I said she's gonna have a lot of opportunities. I thought Olivia, but then I said I'm not sure what's gonna happen with AZ. So I had like a range of players
because you're on camera saying something else, aren't you?
Am I? Here's the thing, though. But then we done watched Olivia for a little bit, and I'm like, oh, we got a little.
She wants to change her mind.
I want to change my mind. They ain't gonna let me do it. So I'm gonna tell you right now. I think Flage and Olivia are gonna be primed in position because of the opportunity and the amount of playing time they're both going to have compared to the #1 pick in AZ Fudd from what we've seen so far.
All right, let's go from Rookie of the Year to Defensive Player of the Year.
My Defensive Player of the Year, listen, you guys, this hasn't happened in almost 10 years.
Ain't gonna happen again, but go ahead.
The last guard to win Defensive Player of the Year was Elena Beard, 2017 and 18. So I'm going to go with Jackie Young.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Las Vegas Aces. A colleague of mine says she's the best two-way player in the world. So I'm leaning on her.
I like that.
And we're going to have a guard for the first time in 9 years.
Okay. You know what? Jackie's a good one. And I do believe our very own Kara Lawson probably would agree with you.
She threw that out.
Yeah, she's
got to go with Kara.
Yeah.
You think Swin's going to go with the guard?
Yeah, no. Hold on, let me think about it. No.
Those versatile bigs, you know. Asia Wilson's been up there, and I mean, she's had Defensive Player, MVP, all the things, but I think Aaliyah Boston could be someone that sneaks in there, and really, I think the battles that she's had, how aggressive she is, like she could be a player, but you know, I have range, so it could be Stewie as well. I'm giving you guys options. Optionality is where Swin sits, okay? And then when we come back mid-season, we'll have some more, we'll revisit.
Yeah, we'll revisit that. I mean, Stewie can do anything.
She really can.
So she plays defense. She can score, hit the three,
but she's
back to the basket.
So good out there, really kind of mapping and tracking with the basketball from shot blocking. But you just see Stewie right now. She's in prime shape too. She looks good out there on the floor. So,
yeah, she does. Yeah. Healthy.
That's the biggest thing.
MVP.
Oh, jeez. Well, here it is. I think last year, I know the Aces got off to a slow start, and then they came back and they started playing, right? Well, I will say, I'm going to go with Stewie. I'm going to go with Stewie because I believe the New York Liberty are going to fight for a championship, and those are the teams that have the MVP players on them. So I believe New York Liberty is going to make it to the finals. They're going to fight for a championship, and Stewie will win her second MVP.
You know what? That is definitely a good one. I will say that I don't have a range on this one. I am not going to double down and bet against a four-time MVP in Asia Wilson because until you dethrone her in that team, I think she still holds the crown. And I think that they have gone out and given her more firepower. Like, where they do that at? The Aces and Kennedy Carter. We talked about that earlier. That just gives even more flexibility to what Asia can do. And every year she's adding something else to her game. I do think, to your point, it's going to be a battle between her and Stewie down the stretch.
Just to piggyback off of that, I will tell you, you can't, Asia is not giving away the MVP.
You're going to have to go take that.
You're going to take that. She ain't going to just let you have that.
No, absolutely
She ain't
not.
nice like that.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And we love that. And we know
we love it.
We know Stewie's not like that either. Because
That's
Stewie and Asia, we see when they battle. Could that be the teams we see in the finals? I don't know, Allie. What do you think? You asking us all these questions. What do you think, Allie?
Because you told me before the show that I needed to steer the ship. Did you listen to what you were saying?
I want you to jump on the ship and give insight.
Asia was my pick.
Okay, good.
Having said that, last one, championship. Be consistent.
Well, I am a consistent type of player. I'm really concerned about New York because when I played, the Sparks always had the talent, but we always won the championships. I'm just saying. But I'm hopeful that New York isn't like that, that they have the talent, they're healthy, and they go and not just fight for a championship, show up for the games leading up, but win a championship. Finish the season out on top.
Look, I think to your point, what New York has done in this offseason and getting Satu Sabli to actually that type of player, that versatility, they were building to go and get that championship this year from the Aces. They understood exactly what they needed to add to the roster. But I do believe until you can knock them off, I'm not going to bet against the Aces from what I've seen. They've made some moves as well. We talked about Kennedy Carter, but that group is in their window of winning. And I don't see anyone, unless you're going to be playing at an elite level, that's going to be able for 40 minutes to take this team down.
But the talent is there in New York. I do believe those are the two teams we'll see in the finals. But right now, what I've seen over the last 2 years and what they were able to do last year with the season they had and to come back and to ride that wave on the back of a 4-time MVP, it's just, it's pretty phenomenal.
I agree. It's going to be great, though.
Yeah.
Great for the W.
Look, we're looking forward to it. And ladies, if you're mad about our predictions, prove us wrong. We're here for it. I love it.
Don't talk me to
Good
death. Be
luck.
about
You
it.
see them break down the last segment. Good luck with that. Ladies,
Yeah.
shall we? If there's
go.
one thing us hoopers know, one, you got to take advantage of the entire space here inside the WNBA Prime Studios.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's first class.
It is first class. Coop showed us yesterday that she never misses, ever.
Oh,
She doesn't pass
yes.
the rock, she doesn't miss. But the one thing that we all know is that you can never leave the gym until you make
You gotta make your shot.
You guys, I have been
Mine has a
shooting
flight
bricks.
test.
I have been shooting bricks, nothing but bricks. So listen, in the spirit of real basketball players, my very first shot.
Don't
hey.
When you go down there.
Oh, baby. Oh!
Look,
Get in there!
I got a flight. I gotta get to them kids.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Watch a little bit.
You got kicks on.
Come on, swim.
We gotta go, but I gotta get out of here.
Wait,
Good night.
Coop didn't hit hers. Oh, she did.
Yeah, let's go.
I got you.
Okay, next time a 3-pointer.
And then I just lost my entire crew. That does it for our very first WNBA nightcap here inside the Prime Studios. We couldn't be more excited.
You know we ain't going nowhere.
We'll see you next Thursday. That's crazy.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that, Allie.
Hey, you little milk guzzler. Good thing Amazon helped. Yeah, I can get her answers and help.
Yeah, Amazon just destroyed ESPN and ABC. Now we got to see what NBC looks like. USA Sports is different from NBC. It's the same family, but NBC will have a whole different studio cast, if you will, a whole different broadcast, a whole everything. Then Peacock is different from USA Sports and NBC, although it's under the same umbrella. It's all universal. Peacock, USA, NBC. But 3 different kind of broadcasts, 3 unique studio shows. So, but can they top Amazon? That's going to be difficult. Ion, good studio show. Pre-game, halftime, post-game. But the broadcast is basic and it's only 720p. ESPN, they'll do pre-game, halftime, maybe a post-game. Sometimes they don't do post-game. And you're dealing with Andrea Carter and Shanae Ogumike, Monica McNutt, and the chick who Malika Andrews. It's okay. It's nice. It's okay. It's nice, but it's not like this. It's not even better than USA Network. And so, yeah, they got some work to do. And then sometimes ABC will do 720p, but at least it'll be 60 frames per second. So far, ESPN, ABC, you're not looking good. You're not looking good. Amazon got you. And they added a little international flair to it with the Satline reporter dude he's British. And the fact that the WNBA has now become a shadow global league by purposefully making a mandate to add more international players. This is by design. So they currently have around 50 or a little over 50 international players in the league. So it's now a global league without actually having to put teams overseas. And so you add this British guy and it gives you a little international flair. So their studio is better than any studio we've seen. Even NFL studios, it's better than Sunday Night Football studio. It's better than Monday Night Football studio show. It's better than CBS studio show. It's better than Fox studio show, even though Fox just got a new studio show for their NFL last season. This is better. And so, yeah, this is pretty serious what we're witnessing on Amazon. It's pretty serious. I mean, it just is. So ESPN got a lot of work to do. They got a lot of work to do. They got a lot of work to do, man. So I'm going to end the stream, but I just want to get to these comments real quick to see what people are saying. Now, you can't keep doing this firing coach and stuff. You're having too much turnover with coaches. Okay? Too much turnover. So you're going to have to stick it out with Fernandez for at least 3 years. Give him 3 straight years. Unless he's piss poor the first 2 years, then yeah, don't give him that 3rd year. But might want to give him a solid 3 years. And if it doesn't work out, then leave. There's no excuse because of how talented this roster is that it's clearly on the coach. And Paige has got to stop melting in the 4th quarter. She's got to stop melting. The Wings front office, signed Atlanta just a multi-year contract. Now, that wasn't a grave mistake. It wasn't. That was not a grave mistake. That's ridiculous. She's stupid. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Yeah, that wasn't a grave mistake. They should just let you give a thumbs down without a reason for the thumbs down. But that wasn't a grave mistake. Jess Shepard is one of the best 4s and 5s in the league. And Alana Smith is one of the best defensive bigs in the league and one of the most versatile bigs in the league. So what you're witnessing is Alana Smith going through attrition. She's played year-round basketball. You're dealing with what's the Nephesus League called? I forget it already. Unrivaled. So she's dealing with some attrition. Plus she's dealing with a broken nose. Okay? It's a new system, a new team. It's going to take some time. So this chick is actually pretty stupid to say, and then the 72 people who like this are stupid people. It's going to take some time. The problem is Fernandez, but he's a new coach at the professional level, so you got to give him some time. So far, 2 games in a row, he's gotten out-coached. And then for 3 games in a row, Paige Beckers she's come up missing in the 4th quarter. She was completely missing in the whole game against Atlanta. So that's the issue. So that's a terrible tweet by her, a terrible comment. Say, nah, Jose, that's you, buddy. The problem is you, buddy. You put the wrong players in for the longer time, Maddie and Awak. Yeah, he should have played Maddie. He should have played Awak. He should have played Lee Yuru. And that's not what he did. That's definitely on Jose. That's totally on Jose. She says she sees a problem. Dallas Wings head coach Fernandez definition of the word selfish is vastly different to UConn Gino Oriema's definition of selfish. Selfish with Gino dictionary is someone who doesn't give the ball to the best shooter on the court. So the best shooter on the court technically would be AZ Fudd. She has the quickest release ever and the most pure form and the best percentage coming out of college. The problem is that's not the selfishness he's talking about. He's talking about players wanting more minutes and more opportunities on the court. And the problem is that it was his rotation, his poor substituting, his poor minute allocation, his poor game adjustments. That's what hurt him. Why do you have Jessica Shepard in the game when you need threes and you need to space the floor? She's not good at shooting threes better than Maddie, Awak, or Lee Yuru. It makes no sense. Okay, she's also not a better on-ball defender than Maddie. And she's not a better on-ball defender than Awak. So it made no sense. What she is one of the best facilitating bigs, a mid-range big. You can run your offense through her. And she's great on 2 levels, the first and second level, and the high block and low block, period. She's just not the 3-point threat, and she's not the perimeter defender that Maddie is or Awak is. and she can't shoot threes like Lee Yuru. So it made no sense why he had her in the game late when you needed threes, when you needed perimeter defense. Why is she in the game? So the loss is on Jose. Both losses are on Jose, but also Paige Beckers because she melted in the fourth quarter again, right? She says that's on Jose for keeping them in the game. Sit them on the bench and fix your horrible rotations. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, y'all, let me get up out of here. Let me end the stream. All praise be to my creator. Hallelujah. That's it. Oh, wait a second. What games do we have on tomorrow? Let me see. Let's do this. What games do we have on tomorrow? Now, the Upshot League plays tomorrow on YouTube. So what I want to do is that I want to go here. They released their schedule. Oh yeah, Trevor shaved his hair. Yeah, he shaved his hair off. All right. So he's looking like high school Trev right now. The way he was looking at high school. All right. So this is the schedule. I mean, this is the broadcast partners. So they'll be doing YouTube for global streaming, Scripps, which is Ion, and it's Scripps Sports Network Fast Channel. So they'll have 15 games nationally televised on Scripps. Then they have local over-the-air OTA broadcast partners, markets like Jacksonville, Savannah, Charlotte, and Greensboro, and then 50 plus local television windows. Okay. And so the season begins tomorrow, and the tickets are already sold out for all of the games. So they're telling you that you have to wait until next week to be able to get tickets because these games are sold out. So let me see something. Hold on, let me go back. Let me go here. Yeah, and so they're saying, don't worry, you can still catch the Jacksonville Waves in action on May 23rd at 4 p.m. So the tickets are already sold out. And this is a large arena. All of their arenas are large except Novant, where Greensboro would be playing. But they said if they sell enough tickets, they'll move it to the big arena for Greensboro. But yeah, these are all sold out. And then I think Savannah or Charlotte. I think it's Savannah. Or it's Greensboro. Let me see. Did Greensboro sell out of all of theirs? I think they did. Let me see. I thought, or what? Maybe it was Savannah. Let me go to Savannah real quick. No, that's not it. Let me go to Savannah. No. We got two sellouts. It wasn't Charlotte because Charlotte is playing Jacksonville tomorrow. So it had to have been Greensboro. I thought I took a screenshot of that. Oh, this is it right here. So it's an announcement.
CDK on the mic, back here with another announcement. Coming up this weekend, opening weekend in the Novant Health Fieldhouse. I'm excited to announce that I'm your official in-game host for the Greensboro Groove, a new professional women's basketball league in Greensboro. This is our inaugural season right here. Greensboro Groove, first time ever hitting the Novant Health Fieldhouse, will be this Friday at 7 p.m. But guess what? The game's already sold out. So Saturday, clear your calendar, 4 p.m. That's the tip-off. I want to see you here. Greensboro Groove, let's get it.
Yeah, so both home games are sold out. Jacksonville sold out of all of theirs. Greensboro Groove sold out of all of their games. And yeah, this is a pretty big arena. So as you can see here, this is Jacksonville VyStar Veterans Memorial, and the NBA told us to build it this way because we were trying to get an NBA team here, and we did everything they told us to do, including we got an ABA team and won championships called the Jacksonville Giants. Then they said we needed a better scoreboard, right? Video board. So we went and spent a lot of money on this right here, and the NBA still rejected us. We did everything the NBA told us to do, and they still rejected us. The WNBA rejected us, but they're gonna wish they never did that. So this is sold out. This is an NBA arena. We've hosted Olympic games here. We've hosted men's NCAA games here. So yeah, so that's pretty serious. Yeah, that's serious, man. So yeah, it's all sold out, man. Oh, we revealed our new mascots. Each team has their mascots. No. Show it. We already revealed the mascot. Show the mascot. Where we at? Here it is. Yeah, Meet Millie, named in honor. Hold on. Meet Millie, named in honor of Mildred H. McAfee, the first director of the Waves and a trailblazer who opened doors for generations of women in uniform. Millie represents that same pioneering spirit, calm under pressure, steady in movement, and unwavering in direction. And for the first time in team history, our inaugural Jacksonville Waves jerseys are officially here. A look that represents the story, the city, and the legacy the team is building. Catch Millie and our jerseys in action at opening night tomorrow night. And then you also have, let me see, who else showed theirs? I think, was it Greensboro? Was it Greensboro? Where's Greensboro at? Come on, son. Where's Greensboro? Did they show that? Yeah, this is Greensboro. Let's look at that one more time. All right, let's read that. Meet DJ, the blue thread bear representing the Greensboro groove. Whether she's dancing courtside or hyping up the crowd, one thing's for sure, DJ came to groove. I think those are the ones they showed so far. I don't think they released the mascot. Yeah, they haven't released. They're waiting for the home game. Look, did y'all see we got Sasha Washington? Sasha Washington joined the league. Vanderbilt. She was just also in the WNBA and got waived this her rookie year. She was projected to be a first-round pick, but she decided to stay in college. So anyway, yeah. Look at Ayanna. Look at Ayanna, y'all. Look at Ayanna. Ayanna should have got drafted, man. These teams are crazy. She totally deserved to be drafted. Crazy. Oh, Charlotte released theirs. Okay. Their mascot. Or her name is, let me see. Let's go. Let's bring that back. All right. Introducing, welcome to Regal's Kingdom. Introducing the Crown's official mascot. So her name is Regal. So now we're just waiting on Greensboro. No, who are we waiting on? Who are we waiting on? Oh, Savannah. We're waiting on Savannah. So Savannah, we're waiting on them to show their mascot. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we're waiting on Savannah to show their mascot. Yeah, we're waiting on Savannah to show their mascot. So yeah, that's what that is. That's what that is. Yep, Shaquille O'Neal was a partner. He's also making the uniforms. We've also got another endorsement deal, sponsor deal with AccuVision and all of this stuff. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Yep.